This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take three lights, four lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Time, Tyson Gay right. Hold all the way. He's looking round.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays, 6:30. .1 FM.
I wanna take you away.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take three lights, four lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Time, Tyson Gay right. Hold all the way. He's looking round.
The heart stops. One F.
I wanna take you away.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take three lights, four lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Time, Tyson Gay right. Hold all the way. He's looking round.
The heart stops. Catch the sport.
I wanna take you away.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
I'm alright, yeah.
We've got something that we'd like to play for you.
Ready when you are.
Right, just I'll do it. I'll just go first, Mum. But can I go first? Yeah, alright, I go first. I'm already sat down. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I'll read this after you say, love you, Daddy, I'm so proud of you. I will go first.
Hi Andy, we just wanted to let you know how proud we are of you and everything you've achieved at Liverpool. Although we're closing this chapter, I cannot wait to see what the future holds for us. You mean the world to us all, and the kids just wanted to let you know how much you mean to them as well.
To Daddy, it means so much to me going to every home match and I can spy my best friend warming up on the pitch, playing like a lion chasing its prey. I've made so much friends due to you. You make me feel grateful for all the amazing experiences we have had. I have that funny photo of me sitting in the trophy when you won the Champions League in Madrid. A 9-year contract is crazy. I wish it was 10. I want to tell you how proud of you I am. I couldn't live without you. To Daddy, I'll always be your biggest supporter. I love watching you at Liverpool playing football. I love when you make children happy by giving them signatures. At the end of the season, I love going on the pitch with friends and family, and I love cheering you on. I love waving down to you and the wave and kiss you do at the end of a match. It makes me feel so special. Guess what my favourite memory is? When you got a goal and an assist in about 2 minutes. We were in the hotel and I stayed up just to watch you, and I was jumping on the bed. I am so happy that you are my daddy, and I will never change anything about you. Oh, Andy, I'm so proud of you, Daddy. I love you.
Your football achievements are extraordinary, but what matters most to me is the humble, kind and incredible person you've remained throughout it all. You put everyone else first, yet you've managed to achieve your dreams, all whilst being the most incredible daddy and husband at the same time. It's been a whirlwind, a dream, and full of experiences we as a family will treasure forever. My love always.
Me and Rach came here with no kids. Now we're leaving with 3 of the most wonderful kids. There's no way I would have achieved what I would have achieved without her. How strong she was back home when I'm travelling the world trying to become the best I can be. Being a footballer is so intense, but when you open that door and you just become dad, they don't care if you win, lose or whatever, they just love seeing their daddy on the pitch. I always try and tell them about my journey and things weren't easy, and at one point daddy wasn't good enough and things like that, and you know, it's just about how you deal with it. So to see him writing that down and understanding it all instead of just that his daddy's playing at Liverpool, then he kind of understands the whole story behind it. As a family, all we know is Liverpool, and obviously I felt the love from everyone, but you know, my family's felt probably even more. We're very lucky to be at the same club for 9 years. When people move around clubs every year or every 2 years and they have to, you know, move their families, we've been so, you know, so lucky that we've been able to stay put and watch our kids grow up. We will look back on this time with huge smiles on our face, massive memories. There's no denying that these are our best times of our lives.
You'll never walk alone.
That's a wrap. Thank you guys.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you very much, guys.
their people, with their people, the king and the cop as one.
Must be the selfie with the fans.
Absolute beauty! Oh, what a goal! Oh, that's beautiful! Salas-Kerner! Oh, wow!
Dad, I'm really, really proud of you.
It's a work of genius!
Really proud of you, Dad.
And it's Salah goal!
For doing everything you've done for Liverpool.
What a goal! Mo Salah!
Achieving all these trophies.
Champions again! Liverpool!
I was nervous I was gonna miss.
It's something very special as a father to see my daughter scoring goals here.
It's really hard leaving, but we'll always be the Reds.
Mohamed Salah always scores for Liverpool! Salah celebrates again!
And I love you.
Remember the Manchester Arena attack, when the city showed the world what strength actually looks like. Not anger, not fear, just love, community, togetherness, a city united. Remember losing my mom during COVID and feeling this club carry me through it. The fans, the staff, the people of Manchester, you gave me the strength when I needed most. Chris, my kids, my whole family, you were there, as always. Khaldun, you were there too. Players, don't forget every single instant, every single moment. Me, my staff, this club, everything what we have done it for all of you. And you have been just exceptional. You don't know it yet, but you are leaving a legacy. So as many time comes to an end, be happy. Oasis are back again. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for trusting me. Thank you for pushing me. Thank you for loving me. Tony Walsh said in his unforgettable poem, "This is the place." I'm sorry, Tony. This is my place. Noel, I was right. It has been so fucking fun. Love you all.
Yes, welcome to today's Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. You are listening to the voice of Hero Bubo here, as we are here to drive you through proceedings from now till the 6 o'clock hour. Yes, we are starting a little bit, but we just had to soak it in. We just had to soak certain things in. And I was watching the Robertson and Salah video, and I almost went into tears. Even the Pep video, I almost went into tears because it just feels like a whole generation or a lifetime is about to leave as regards the English Premier League. We will still see them footballing wise or in football, but I mean the Premiership or the English Premier League over the last 10 years has been defined, or these are three figures that have defined what we've seen in the English Premier League over the last 10 years. Pep, a manager that has won it 6 in the last 10 years, so has won the title 6 in the last 10 years. Salah and Robertson, two players that were part of Jurgen Klopp's war machine, his mentality monsters. The players that always stepped up when the Reds needed them to. They are leaving. Today is their last day. Yes, today is the last day you get to see them on the pitch for Liverpool and in the dugout for Manchester City. So we just had to soak that in. I just wanted you to take that in. Well, like I said, I mentioned you are listening to the voice of Hero Google, and I'm not here alone today. I'll be talking. I've got the guys here with me. Let me start off by introducing Alex Kabari. Alex, good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Henry, and good afternoon to the guys in the studio. Good afternoon, of course, and a happy Sunday to our lovely listeners who have joined for this marathon edition on Sunday. I mean, you've said it all, Henry. Obviously, it's a sad one for the Premier League to see so many veterans. Mohamed Salah, 9 years, Pep Guardiola with 10, Robertson. I can't even remember how long Robertson has been in the Prem for. It just shows his longevity. Robertson, I always put him in the category of Milner.
Does he stay in the Prem?
That's the thing, because he's like I said, I could put him in the category of Milner because there's how they went about their football that just shows boundless experience in their play, and they are legends and deservedly so. The Premier League, both Anfield, both Etihad, is going to honor them. But of course, you also have to look at the champions too, who will be crowned or who will be coronated today at Crystal Palace over there at Selhurst Park. I mean, it's such a shame. They would do anything right now to flip that game and bring it to the Emirates so that they could leave the trophy in front of their fans, in front of some 65,000 plus fans who turn up in their red and white to really boost the entire North London and paint the city red and white. I mean, their first title in 22 years, lots of special moments. We could see it playing right here on our screens of Arsenal's title winning campaign. Somto running absolutely berserk on Tuesday night alongside a couple of friends. I had one or two friends that were going through depression and other issues, and on that Tuesday, two of them, the Arsenal fans, I could hear nothing but joy in their voice. I think it just serves as a reminder that the Premier League goes a long way. It's a big competition, and I think a lot of people have forgotten that. I would like to attribute it to maybe Pep Guardiola and his Man City side that won 4 in a row, but it's a very special thing to win the Premier League. If you take away Pep, if you take away Fergie, who dominated most of their eras, and you see these teams, you saw Leicester, you saw Chelsea win 1 or 2, you see Liverpool pick up one, you see just how much it means to these clubs when they know that they don't get to win this so often. So the minute you are able to get your hands on one, it is a very revered moment. So it's a lot to come down to, Henry. But of course, we'll be here for the next 4 hours and 30 minutes or so, and we'll be here to do all the business as regards it. Of course, there are other sports too, and we'll get into it when it's time. So good afternoon once more.
Yeah, good afternoon and great to have you. Yes, we'll be starting off with other sports today. Definitely, that is the fact. But it's not London forever. Whatever the weather. I'm not an Arsenal fan, by the way, but so great to have you on the show. So to Isaac, what do you want to do? What do you want to do?
His movement. I know you have your speech planned. Go for it.
Chidekimka, Asimkika, Chidekimka, Asim. Everybody, Chidekimka, Asimki. See, people don't understand this thing. Today, for the first time in 22 years, today, I'm putting on my medal, but if you are seeing another thing, it's Premier League winners medal. If you are seeing another thing, you're not a champion. You understand? It's only champions that can see that this is a winners medal.
I'm seeing blue there. Arsenal know they wear blue.
No, it's somewhere. See our badge now, our crest, there's blue on it, but you see, okay, see blue now. So this is a winner's medal for the Premier League. The players, they will lift the Premier League trophy today. Do you know what it is? 22 years. See, after all this suffering and
somebody's already a graduate and has a master's degree already.
Person say if you don't even go serve, fee born. If you don't born Pekin. Arsenal, the last time.
Such a trying period.
God is wonderful. Hey, Chimle Chimbo, Oyoyo Chimoma. You know, today is Thanksgiving. Today is Sunday, so we are supposed to do Thanksgiving. You know, after we did Thanksgiving, and you know the funny part is
you bought your ram and painted it red, right?
Yes, so that ram safe. After church safe, went to where we watched the Champions League final, where Arsenal was still winning. That day safe. If I was Arsenal win, I wear my second medal. The second medal will be on my neck. So
are you sure you will win that day? Or Arsenal will win that
no,
day?
We'll be there.
We'll
watch it together. See, in fact, that 30th of May, people have not even seen anything. We are going to paint everywhere red. Everywhere will be red.
I mean, it's obvious which side Henry is on. Just take a look at his jersey.
No, Henry, stop that. Stop that. It's not I'm even saying stop that. What's the meaning of this? What's the meaning of this? Henry, I guess stop that.
No comment.
Why you doing this? I'm your colleague. You're supposed to support me.
No comments.
Stop that. It's not good. It's not good. This is not good. This is not good.
My loyalty is lying with myself.
Very good. Sit on the fence, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the new champions of England. The champions of England. No, Lord forever. Arsenal. Henry, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Great to have you on the show, so too. And we also have another man here in the studio with us. And that's not a person than Ovie Wallace. Ovie, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon. I think the party has already started in the studio. Some too will be the herald for that. But it's a lovely afternoon. We'll be waiting for.
Things will drop from Sunto and as usual.
Of course. No, that's not what me and Sunto were discussing. We're looking for the venue for the after party after we leave the studio. So I was thinking maybe where we are setting the watch party as, or maybe we go to another location. But after the show, we'll discuss that normally Sunto will do something for us.
That's why everybody, if you are listening to us, like I said it on Thursday, if you are with your second babe, if you are with your third babe, if you are with your fifth husband, if you are with your Ovie that has 12 girlfriends,
I know that.
Bring all of them.
See,
Ovie has 12 girlfriends, don't mind it.
See, we are on air.
And we cannot attest to that right now.
Yes, I mean, stop counting. It got to a point I stopped counting because I could not keep track again. I saw a different face. I said, Ovie, the problem is that don't bring everybody to Amura. 30th of May. My goodness, there's going to be a new. Everyone was talking about your Salah, Robert, and I sympathize with Liverpool fans. You know, it's an emotional goodbye. Salah, Robertson, Bernardo Silva, John Stones, Pep Guardiola. All of you go, bye. You have made our lives hell. You understand?
So you see, they had to even go for you guys to feel you can win.
No, we did it while they were there. Now, thank you for your service. Be going. A new sheriff is in town.
I was talking about this yesterday, and when I was on my phone, and how it looks like Arsenal are going to dominate for.
Looks like.
Or Arsenal will dominate for the next few years because.
Yes.
You have to look at, we had the Pep and the Klopp era, especially after Pep came 16-17. He didn't win during his first season, but after that it was dominance, and the only man that challenged him was Klopp. And Klopp took his own piece of cake from him, and then Klopp left after all the struggles and battles, and then Slot faced a dwindling Pep Guardiola side, and he took his own piece of cake. And now,
you know the only manager to finish ahead of Pep twice on a league table is his student. Now the master has left. He says, student, take over.
And that's why I feel Arsenal are going to dominate, because you have to do back to back, second, and against only one man. Pep, okay, yes, maybe one what was his name? Slot, but back to back against City. And now with Pep out of the picture, Slot looks to be the only man, because he's the only person that has won the title during the Pep era. They don't want to win the title, and now you see Arteta has won it. So now it looks to be just between Arteta and Arteta and Slot. But Arteta has
and then wait.
yes.
No.
It's between both of them.
What do you mean?
It's
What do you mean
between
Slot? Which Slot? The one that was finishing 5th.
They have the same Premier League titles. In fact, Slot even did it faster than Arteta. He
See,
did it.
that Slot.
I'm speaking
it was
facts.
just Salah.
I'm
Arnold and
speaking
Van Dijk. I
facts.
said, okay, let's go one more again. Let's go for one more ride.
See,
What do you mean
next
Slot?
season is going to be against these two men because they are the people that understand the Premier League better than Xabi Alonso, better than you see Maresca, yes, he might have won the championship, might have won the Club World Cup with Chelsea, but I think with City it's going to be much of a struggle. So now that he's coming in, it's going to take time. It's between Slot, especially if Slot gets his book right, and Arteta. But Arteta is going to be the front runner. He's going to be the one everyone is looking at. He's going to be the one to dominate for years to come. Now with Pep, and there is no Klopp in the picture. That is my own saying this. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, and great to have you there. Like the guys did note, we have been saying the sports crew will be live 30th of May. Yes, Saturday 30th of May for our watch party at Amora Hotel and Resorts. Yes, you can come there and you get to see Somto donning his Arsenal jersey that day. And you see Somto in his element when Arsenal is not playing well. I will point that out. You need to see Somto. I just hope. I have to see how Somto, whether he will comport himself that night, that evening.
I will try my best. I have to try my best.
You need to see Somto in his element. Let Eze misplace a pass. Or Martinelli don't make the right decision.
Make I don't go break one chair for Amura. Sabinus go home you. And Sabinus say make we come watch them together. I say, okay, no shaking, Magic. We'll watch it together. But since he has invited us, we'll try. So that's why people should please beg Arsenal. Let us beg. And Henry, beg this your people. I don't know why you're putting on this jersey today. Beg this your people.
Am I putting on?
Yeah, I don't know why you go wear PSG jersey.
Names that shall not be named.
I don't know why you go wear this jersey. Nobody will not support them for here. So beg them.
I'm a new generation fan.
No, tell them, please wait. Just give us small. 140 something years Arsenal have been founded. There is no one champions inside their cabinet. No, PSG, you collect your own cake.
If you get the chance to do back to back, you know go like collector.
No, if there's another person that comes along the way, we can.
You donate one.
We can give them one.
So the Parisians should also give you one.
Go round. Power has to go round.
Arsenal wants to be among the Association of Champions League.
You understand? You know how many times they sang to us, Champions of Europe. You never sing that. I'm tired of hearing that song in my ear.
If he continues next season.
No, it's not possible. On the 30th, all of us will sit at Amora. All of us will wine and dine at the victory of Arsenal in the Champions League. So, I will say Ovi and his 13 girlfriends. Bring them. Alex and his 45 girlfriends. Bring them. Henry got your 206 girlfriends. Bring them.
Let me get 206.
You guys,
only 206. Only.
No, Divine has one husband. So I know Divine.
How many you get?
Me? No. I'm married to Arsenal. I am for the people. I can just put that statement. I'm for the people and not for anyone. So on the 30th, all of you come and let us conglomerate at the site of Arsenal winning the Champions League. PSG win too, no problem. We'll watch it and we'll go home. But me, they don't even try that thing that day. But on the 30th, like Henry said, Amura is where we are going to. It's in First Mechanic. I know most of you, once you just reach First Mechanic, once you pass Alakaya Junction, okay, that's your second girlfriend, and there she stay. So just once you pass Alakaya Junction, you reach First Mechanic, enter inside the street. That's where you see us, all of us sitting together with Sabinus. We're going to watch that Champions League final together. And we'll celebrate and say, Arsenal.
And don't forget, we'll see Somto shouting. Yes, we'll see Somto. Eze, pass the ball! Look at it. Look. Okay, we do that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, yes, so you've heard it, 30th of May. On Saturday, the Champions League final between Arsenal and Paris Saint-Germain. The sports crew of Today95.1 FM will be at Amora Hotel and Resorts to watch the game live with you, our lovely fans, and Sabinus as well. Yes, it's going to be a fun-filled package. A lot up for grabs that day. So do come out and have yourself a fun and nice evening. Even Arsenal fans, even if you don't win that night, at least you enjoyed yourself if you come and be part of the show. Yeah, definitely. Plenty giveaways will be there. It will be there. Come and win something. At least if
Finally.
your baby is an Arsenal fan, in case they don't win that day, you can win something for her. At least to make her happy.
Plenty giveaway. In fact, if you want to even pick out of obvious 15 girlfriends, I will allow you.
You know, Arsenal then they used to say, ladies, date Arsenal fans. They are very patient.
Well, very
But now
patient.
they've won a title, they might not be patient
No,
again.
we are
so
still
if
who
they
we are.
lose that final now, just try and win something for your
No,
baby,
no, we
your
are
guy.
still- we are
So
still
at
who we are.
least
We are
you
still who
just
we are.
so at least understand now. You know when you've won something, you can never be patient again. See Liverpool fans shouting for slots to leave. So you understand. Arsenal, the pride is now there. So just come out and watch us. But for what we are doing here on the show this afternoon, you can, or we do have the feedback platforms for you to be a part of us. For YouTube, we are live at Today95.1 FM, at Today95.1 FM on Facebook. At Today 951 FM, beg your pardon, on YouTube, at Today 951 FM. On Facebook, we are at Today 95.1 FM, at Today 95.1 FM. On Instagram is at Today FM 951, at Today FM 951. On X, it is at Today FM 951 as well, at Today FM 951. And same goes for Twitch, the Twitch app, at Today FM 951. You can also listen to us audio only via our website, which is www.todayfmlive.com, www.todayfmlive.com, and you just click on listen live either via the homepage or from the menu list. And you can also connect with us via the TuneIn and Radio Garden apps. Just search for Today 95.1 FM, search for Today 95.1 FM, and the regular feedback platforms which you are very much familiar with for the SMS and WhatsApp also. That one is 0701 933 9962, 0701 933 9962, while for the phone line the number is 0810 9510 951, 0810 9510 951. So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I say take seat, fasten your seatbelts, and let's get this show on the road. Yes, this is still Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. And let's start off from the local scene. Yeah, the WTT Lagos contender or challenger is actually going on over there in Lagos. Well, that's concluded. No, it's actually going on, beg your pardon. And yeah, it's about table tennis, but that's not really the main focus for this discussion. And the will you say the vice president of the International Table Tennis Federation, Wahid Enitan Oshodi, also serves as the president of the Table Tennis Federation in Nigeria. He was talking before that tournament about the fact that, yes, the National Sports Commission has been posting big numbers, according to them, and achievement claims. But he still feels the results fall short of expectations. Now, the man did use table tennis as a case study. He acknowledged the efforts of the NSC chairman, Shehu Diko, and Director General Bukola Olopade, but argued that stronger gains will require deeper investment in talent development through sustainable and structured funding for Nigerian athletes. Let's get to hear from the man.
You know, I hear big numbers from Shehu, Diko, Olopade. They're trying. They're doing a good job, but it's still not good enough. We need to spend money on our young players to challenge the best in the world. It's a call on the National Sports Commission. You know, I hear big numbers from Shehu, Diko, Olopade. They're trying. They're doing a good job, but it's still not good enough. We need to spend money on our young players to challenge the best in the world.
Okay, guys, yeah, he was talking about the fact that, yes, they're posting big numbers, but definitely a lot of work still needs to be done. There's still a lot to be done for us to contend at the international level. He was using table tennis as an example. Aruna Quadri, the only man that you know or you can beat your chest in Nigerian table tennis that can actually go to the international scene and actually do something. And he talked about investing in the young talents, investing in the grassroots. Yeah, Shehu Diko and Olokbade or Bukola Olokbade have been posting huge numbers of bragging about huge achievements. But let me start off with you, Somto. First off, does Oshodi have a point with what he's saying? That all they're just saying is just basically surface level. Really, no intentional work or no really serious work has actually been done by this pair or by the two of them.
That is a lot when he makes that those statements out there, saying not enough work has been done when it comes to the sports sector ever since the NSC was formed. I think the NSC was the replacement of the Ministry of Sports.
That was last year, yeah.
So right now, especially, I has discussed this about table tennis on was it Thursday? I think that was Thursday, where I pointed out that in every street, peradventure in Nigeria, you would see in some of the local areas, so to put it, that at least table tennis was a major sport that, bad as it bad, even if you don't know how to play football, you know how to play table tennis.
You play that well.
Anybody, you will see, then they start pack 2, pack this, pack. Everybody.
I played table tennis a lot growing up.
Everybody, like some guys will even set bench, put wood in the middle, find break this thing, a little bit of flat wood, also carry table tennis. They will go and take all those things from roll-on, take the ball from roll-on, pull it out.
Yeah.
Little things like this. So if you are telling me that table tennis, like on a wider scale, on an international level, Nigeria is flopping out like this, there are serious problems. There are things that you actually need to check that is not being checked right now.
And basically, before you continue, it's more than just table tennis. The man used table tennis as an example.
As an example, I was even going to go to more.
You look at the contender. We had about 4 athletes in the male category, and 3 are out.
In the women's side, I think all are out. Like you can't say when it comes to the development. Okay, let's ask now. Them in the sports, what's their clear plan for the next couple of years? You look at maybe the next 3 years, 4 years. What is the clear pathway? Not just and that's where it gets dicey, because they tend to a lot of the time, football. What is the clear path for some other sports? Let's talk about basketball. Let's talk about this table tennis that we're making a reference to. How about wrestling? What about badminton? A lot of these other things. What about lawn tennis? Lawn tennis, how many, when last have you heard a Nigerian lawn tennis player making? Yes, you can talk about that, some sports, even all countries. You're not exactly expecting all countries to be very successful in all sectors of sports. Like, for instance, you can say, the United States are very good in track and field events, very good in basketball, still have some tennis players representing them. But where is the United States men's soccer team on the whole line? So it's not everything that gives you. But then you now look at their women's team too. Their women's soccer team is even making a lot of waves, and the country now even preserves them at a certain level. We here, whereas how do we now preserve? So there's a lot of things, and him saying it's just talk. Yeah, we've not really seen a lot of things grow the distance. I mean, when the Olympic year comes around, 2028, we can now basically assess them. But now, what do we even know is their clear plan from now till the Olympic period? 2028, we're in 2026. What's the clear plan from now till the Olympics? What are those metrics that are being put in place to ensure that at least at the Olympics you can have a good showing of the country? Because a lot of other countries do this. A lot of other countries sit, assess situations, understand how this window works out for you, this other window does not work out for you. And apart from all of this, we still talk about welfare of some of these athletes. Apart from athletes in sports, players, the welfare system in Nigeria is a bit discouraging. So a lot of people don't even send. A lot of people prefer to even go out of the country just for them to make headway. A Nigerian boxer, when last can you say a Nigerian boxer is contending heavily in the WBC part of things across the world? There's a lot of things apart from in the MMA. Kamaru Usman is Israel Adesanya. Israel Adesanya was not even officially flagged as a Nigerian. Yes, he had Nigerian roots, but on the canopy he had registered in the UFC was not Nigeria. Kamaru Usman was the only one who said, okay, he bought that. But you could have a plethora of talents that you can all see that anytime you mention their name or you just see that, oh, this one is in Nigeria. So we need more action than talk. More action now in the sense that where have we actually seen? I think there's a construction going down in Lagos. I think 4 different recreational centers that is involving sports. But then, apart from all these other things we've heard of, what are the concrete plans for infrastructure when it comes to sports and activity? Do we have a sports recreational center, for instance, in major states like maybe Rivers State, Abuja, maybe Kano, Kaduna? Do you have major sports centers? You can talk about economic factors also influencing a lot of things, but at the end of the day, there should be a clear plan. And if somebody who is even very close to you can actually say, it's just all talk and these people are not backing it up with action, we hope they will get to prove him wrong. But at the end of it, this is what we're stuck with. That we keep on every time we sit here and start saying, oh, we hope for this, we hope for this, we hope for this, we hope for this, we want to see this, we want to see this, we want to see that. We can talk all day long from night to morning. But then sometimes when it just comes to how the leadership thing goes in Nigeria, you rarely see action. So if that is his own sentiment, I do hope that the leaders can tend to prove him wrong in that aspect. Hopefully everything goes according to script and we can now start making proper inroads, because when it comes to personnel, there is the talent first of all. I don't know, it's a blessed country. You talk about the population of the country. When it comes to personnel, there's a depth of talent. Now, like I said, no country is successful in all the sports in the world. India are very good in cricket. We are talking about the Indian football team. So nobody is successful. But if you can now pin that's where I talk about plans. If you can now check out and see that, okay, these are where we should really consolidate on. These are where we can also have some little focuses on, at least so that it doesn't die a natural death. Then you can now understand. You can see that as Nigeria had a talent pool for table tennis, comes to basketball too, you can actually sense that Nigeria too making inroads in basketball. So you can see some of these things. New Zealand are very good in rugby. South Africa are very good in rugby. Talk about New Zealand in football, it's different. So you can highlight some specific sports that you can envision Nigeria doing well. Long jump, high jump. Let's even now go down to the grassroots part of things. How many schools these days take inter-house sports very seriously?
How many of them even have fields? Right?
How many of them even have
students or pupils can play these sports at least 2-3 times a week?
These are the little. See, and some people want to talk about. I can tell them, oh, give a clear plan, but there are some little details that now has to be focused on, because there was something I saw in China at a young age when their children was getting an activity that was helping them to sink their mentality intact. All of them were going around it at rondos. Now, some of these little things, you think is the biggest thing or whatever, but there are some little basics that you can just follow suit with that will even help you in the long run. Talked about some of these students. You could see that when it comes to talent, sometimes you can talk about Nigeria when it comes to sprint races, maybe not long distance races, but there are still some people in Nigeria that can even go some long distance races, sprint races, long jump, high jump. Talk about basket. So there are some certain places you can focus on, and I believe this should just be maybe one of their targets. Mark some certain sports that you can focus on. See how you can improve in those sports. If it means bringing good personnel to come and ensure that these things move, and they train some of these people to the optimum level. Do that. But you cannot say, oh, we're just focusing on football, whereas you leave table tennis to just die a natural death. You leave basketball to just die a natural death. You leave some people are even good in wrestling. You leave it to just die a natural death. So for me, I feel one of the best solutions for them is what I feel I've suggested. You cannot be good in all sports. There are some that you can know that, okay, you are talented in this. Jamaica, look at them in football now, but when it comes to sprint races, they had Usain Bolt, they had Johan Blake, they had Shelley and Fraser Price. They had people that you can now know, oh, so this is our strong point. You focus on that, at least, because you cannot be good in all. In fact, where's the money to even support all of these sectors in the sport? So, I mean, these are just some of the little things. Focus on or bringing people from grassroots. And even when we talk about grassroots, it's not about seeing them in tower sport. You see one guy that could run, maybe that is still in secondary school, but this guy could run a distance of 100 meters in maybe 20 seconds. That's maybe 30 seconds or 20 seconds. And you not just say, oh, this guy is good, that you just leave him to go that way. No, you have to now earmark these people and ensure that they get the proper development from time to time. It doesn't mean that you are just taking them under their wings or to go and keep them in one training camp. You can be following up on them from time to time. You can now understand that, okay, we are bookmarking this time. That's why there's short list. When people want to sign players, there's a short list. So this is the people you are focusing on for the next 5-10 years. At least you can now say, okay, in the next 10 years, this guy will keep on improving on his speed. Then focus on some of these things. You can't be good in all parts. You can't now, if you are not even good in all parts, Kwanu, at least you cannot now be good in just none. So these are the things we clamor for. And if he's saying that it's all talk and no action, it's quite worrisome.
Okay, 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. You can send to your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and we are here to take them. But quickly, Ovie, one thing that has always been happening, or that has been going on for almost a year now, since the NSC has been incorporated or brought back to the forefront of sports management or organization in the country, is the fact that it's still only two men that are running the affair or things over there. It's not meant to be so. Philip Shaibu, the Director General of the NIS, did note that. That was some weeks back. That a board should have been incorporated by now, which is the standard according to the constitution of the NSC and according to the constitution of the Federation. So, how are we expecting growth to happen in sports if it's only two men that are running the affairs of the National Sports Commission, which in turn is technically our Ministry of Sports?
Men talk, we're not really sure if they're even capable of even doing that. We're not even sure if they even have the right credentials to manage sports in Nigeria. And you want to bring a board, something that we should have. It's now about selecting the right people, selecting people that actually fit, actually know what they are doing, which is actually hard in Nigeria, because when we still select the board, we're still going to select people who know nothing about the sport, so people that don't know anything about sport, and even the business part of it, they don't really understand. They just want to just come on and fill their pockets. So it's something that we're still going to work on. I think later we're going to see more improvements in that sector, talking about more personnel, more members to the NSC and the rest, and it's going to have to take real scouting, real background check on the officials, on the members that will be taking up that sport or those positions in the board, because we don't want just anyone taking those spots. We don't want a whole total collapse of the whole Nigerian sports sector. So it's something we are going to have to really look at and sit down and select who takes which sport and who takes what sport. So I don't think it's something that we need to rush into for now.
Why?
I don't think it's. I don't think we need to rush into it, because I think if we do rush into it, I think we might just stumble.
Having a board.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, the Sports Commission was incorporated. That should be, if memory serves me right, that should be October last year.
Yeah.
You're telling me in 8 months, you cannot sieve out people that are qualified or good enough to run
even
the affairs of.
even
organization of sports in this country.
Even the sports commission, the people that are running it, we are not really satisfied with what they are doing. So I think if we now get a whole bunch of people who are not really qualified or not, because even those people that are going to select the people that are qualified, they themselves, we don't even think they are qualified or not. So I think it's especially with the elections coming up soon for the NFF and the rest. I think if they're going to do anything, they're going to do it after the election. I don't think they'll do anything before the elections, especially with what's happening in the NBBF, the NSE, the NFF, as well to the elections coming up. So it's something that we're going to have to do later on. So it's something that we need to take our time and really dissect the Nigerian sports sector, the officials and the members that we want to select into those positions. So I don't think it's something that I say we need to rush into.
Okay, well, it's not something we need to rush into according to OVA 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. The phone line is also open. You can call in to share your thoughts on everything we have been discussing or we are discussing. 0810 9510 951 0810 9510 951. And from there, let's head over to talk some boxing here on Today's Sports Live. Yes, this is still Today's Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today95.1 FM. And let's move over to talk boxing on the show where fortunate Alexander Usyk retained his world heavyweight title in Egypt with a highly controversial 11th round stoppage win against boxing novice Rico Verhoeven. Now, Verhoeven, in just his second professional boxing fight, was a clear aggressor for a long spell, stunning generational great Usyk in a way nobody expected. In a surprisingly tight contest, Ukrainian Usyk produced a late surge and landed a sharp left uppercut that sent the Dutchman to the canvas. Now, Verhoeven did beat the count, but a follow-up flurry in the closing seconds of the round prompted the referee to step in and wave it off, a decision that looked extremely harsh on the challenger. Now, the scorecards at the time of the fight coming to a halt read 95 to 95, 95 to 95, and 96 to 94, or 96-94 to Verhoeven. And Usyk had his own say after that bout. Let's get to hear from the man, Alexander Usyk.
Thank you so much. For me, it's very important. But I know right now in Ukrainian, my people in my country fly bombing. My people now sitting in bomb shelter. My family, my daughter too, bomb shelter, send me message. Papa, I love you. You win. I afraid. I say, oh my God. Thank you so much, Turkey LSA. Thank you so much, Rico. You're amazing fighter. Thank you so much. Your team, my team. I love you. Yes, this is fight was hard. Ego good, prepare, I know, but it's good fight. I just boxing, you know. Right uppercut, bam, head win. Thank you, God.
Well, Rico Verhoeven, the man who was defeated on the night, also had his say as he struggled. The man did talk about the fact that the fight was ended a bit controversially, and he did talk about a rematch with Alexander Usyk, but said it all depends on the Ukrainian.
Hi everyone, Yejipet, salam alaikum.
Yeah, of course. I thought it was an early stoppage, but in the end, you know, it's not up to me. But still, I found it a little bit early, you know. I believe the referee knows that we're almost at the end of the round. Or let me go out on my shield, or, you know, let the bell go. That's what I thought. But, you know, like I said, it's not up to me. And I was already super thankful for the opportunity as well. So that Usyk took this fight. So to the WBC, giving me this opportunity. His Excellency told me, like, oh, I want a rematch. This was an amazing fight, man. You were so good. So, but I also know this man is waiting. So, like I said, it's not up to me, it's up to the organization. So yeah, let's see what happens.
And let me come over to you. First off, the question a lot of people have been asking or are talking about, or what a lot of people have been talking about, has to be the fact that that fight was ended controversially. Do you share the same sentiments that, I mean, it was ended controversially and Usyk probably would not have won that bout if the referee didn't do what he did?
Yes, it was ended controversially, but would Usyk have lost? I think the way Usyk was going to lose that match was either knockout, and there was no way that boxing as a sport was going to let a kickboxer just after one fight come and beat the WC champion. It just a two-time unified champion. He has beaten almost all the dominated all from the cruiserweight to the heavyweight. There was no way they were going to let that happen. So I was not surprised it did end that way, but I think Verhoeven could have gotten up to 12 rounds. It could have ended in a draw. But I think those were the two options I saw. A draw and Usyk winning that match. But as you said, the match ended controversially. You looked into the 11th round. That knockout or that knockdown from Usyk, that uppercut was just so beautiful. We saw Rico Verhoeven wobbling and just couldn't stand up again. Then after the referee going to go and check him, he had to put his mouthpiece back. And then coming up, Usyk took him into the corner. Usyk took him into the corner and then landing some punches left and right. And then Verhoeven, being wise, pushed him out of the corner so he could get some space between both of them. And you could see he was taking the blows to his body as he was crashed down, trying to shield his face, was taking those blows to his body. And he didn't look to me like he was struggling to take those punches, or they were even or some of them were even effective, or many of them were straight to the face. It was mostly body shots, and even once to his face, he had his guard up, so it looked like he could take those punches. And before you knew, the referee jumped in and just called it off. And even Verhoeven was surprised. Even the commentator, if you listen to that match, commentator was like, "Why?" The commentator clearly said, "What, referee? What happened?" Because the match was what people didn't expect. We didn't expect a kickboxer to come into his second bout in boxing, and you're going against the world champion, and it was for the heavyweight title. So it was that important. Even though many people thought it was going to be like an exhibition from Alexander Usyk and Arnaud, but that was how much it meant to Rico. And Rico earned a lot of boxing fans that day. He earned a lot of respect that day. And I just had to just go back and look at what transpired between Francis Ngannou and Tyson Fury. And I have to say, maybe these UFC fighters, especially the good ones, know how to hold their own against the big guys in boxing. Yes, Alexander Usyk was not knocked down throughout that fight. You have to say he's a real sturdy man. When he took on Tyson Fury, when he took on AJ, the man was not knocked down. When he took on Daniel Dubois, was not knocked down. Apart from that low blow, he had not even been knocked down. But you have to look at the flow of that fight, how the fight went. It could have easily been a split. It could have easily been even a split decision or a draw, the way the match was going.
Okay, we do have Big John here on the line with us on the show this afternoon. Big John, good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Okay, well, the main topic of discussion definitely has to be what transpired last night between Alexander Usyk and Rico Verhoeven at the Pyramids of Giza over there in Egypt. And first of all, it was a performance from Verhoeven that no one was expecting at all. Only 2 professional boxing fights under his belt, but the man did turn up the style last night on Alexander Usyk.
Well, you weren't expecting such a good performance from him, but definitely not Big John and a whole lot of others in the fighting sport. He's already a kickboxing champion, a world champion in kickboxing, just like Usyk is an undisputed world heavyweight boxing champion. He's a taller man. He has the same build like Usyk. I believe he was going to beat Usyk. Unfortunately, he couldn't get the job done. I mean, it's not that he does not have that kind of physique. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Yeah, he doesn't have the same kind of physique that Tyson Fury has. Looking at his physique and Usyk's physique and him being the taller and bigger man, I believe he was going to beat Usyk, but unfortunately he couldn't get the job done.
Okay, now, do you think the referee actually made a fair and right decision by ending the fight when he did?
Yes, definitely yes. The referee did the right thing. Unfortunately, a whole lot of people won't see what the referee is saying. Because the referee is the third man in the ring. There are things the referee sees that we cannot see. And oftentimes when this kind of things happen, when the referee stops the fight like this, people tend to criticize the referee. The only reason why a lot of people are criticizing the referee in this fight is because he stopped the fight just a few seconds after the bell has gone. But there's something the referee is seeing that we are not seeing. Just last year on the 8th of August, 2025, we lost 2 Japanese boxers fighting on the same card. Shigetori Kori lost his life just a few days after a fight. When a referee stops the fight like that, the referee is probably looking at the eye of the boxer and seeing that the boxer eyes are glassy and is in no state to take any further punch. If any further punch lands on him, it may cause a brain damage that can lead to a permanent damage or death to the boxer. If you look at what happened in round 11, the first time Usyk knocked him, he went down on his knees and his gum sheet fell out. You understand? Even when he couldn't walk to his corner and managed to walk to his corner and his mouthpiece was replaced we saw that he had no strength in his leg to continue the fight. And when the fight resumed, he still couldn't defend himself. And that's what the referee to do. A whole lot of people saying, I want you to know that when fights happen between kickboxers and boxers like this, because for a long time now, kickboxing has always tried to steal the shine away from boxing. Between McGregor and Floyd Mayweather Jr., we saw it between Ngannou and Tyson Fury, and now we are seeing it again. People who are saying the referee shouldn't have stopped the fight are also forgetting that the referee gave Rico a good advantage, time delayed, for him to go back to his corner and get his gun filled, his mouthpiece replaced. So for me, I don't think the referee did anything bad. The referee saw what we are not seeing. It is very clear that Rico had nothing left in him to continue the fight and probably would have been knocked out again in round 12. But the referee stopped the fight, probably to save him from further punishment.
Okay, but now, based on what Rico has actually done against Alexander Usyk, because at a point he was leading on the scorecards of the judges. Now, after what transpired in the past between Mayweather and McGregor, Joshua and Francis Ngannou, do you think this man has actually given kickboxing some sort of hope, or will you say chance to actually, or kickboxers some sort of hope or chance to actually feel they can actually transition to main boxing and actually make an impact with this performance against Alexander Usyk?
Definitely yes. Definitely yes. He went up to round 11. I mean, he tried. He's the opposite of Usyk as far as kickboxing is concerned, and it's definitely giving them hope. But what I was expecting him to do was to know that this person is going to fight is the undisputed heavyweight boxing champion of the world. And with his past experience being a cruiserweight undisputed heavyweight champion, a World Series champion, 2-time undisputed heavyweight champion, unified champion, I was expecting Rico to know that you have to reserve enough strength for the later rounds. We saw Rico doing well in the earlier round. But you see, this man, Usyk, has that experience to drag the fight. I remember what he did to Anthony Joshua. When he said after beating Anthony Joshua the first time that he wanted to knock out Anthony Joshua, but his corner told him to hold on, not to rush into knocking out Anthony Joshua. Rushing into Anthony Joshua, I might just take one big heavyweight punch from Anthony Joshua that might fail him too. So he decided to keep the fight going. If you look at what he did to Rico, that was exactly what he was doing. From the beginning of the fight, Rico was fighting very well. But towards this ending round, we saw him keep taking the punches from Usyk. He wasn't even looking at Usyk. His face was down. I mean, how do you fight an opponent that you are not seeing? Very dangerous in boxing. He kept his face down. I wasn't expecting him to fight like that. I was expecting him to reserve enough strength for the later round because he knows the person he's going to fight is the champion. Of course, people can say what they like, but the authorities will want to always favor the champion against you. So that when you as a challenger is fighting a champion, you must have to bring in your A game from start to finish, not to fight well from the beginning and then the later rounds you lose your strength.
So, this man, go back to kickboxing or continue with boxing? Because I know you've talked about the fact he's giving hope, but do you think he can actually continue with this in boxing, and you think he has the potential to actually be a world champion or title holder at the end of the day?
Well, I will not decide for him. He's a kickboxer, not a boxer. But for me, I would love him to transit to boxing. He has the height, he has the build, and he has the strength. All he needs to do is to train for stamina, and I think he will go places. We all know that when it comes to comparison between boxing and kickboxing, it is the boxing that pays more, and it is boxing that puts crowd right from the days of Muhammad Ali and the rest of them. So I think he should transit to box. He will make more money, and he's got age on his side too.
Okay, now let's head over to the man that was victorious last night, and that's Alexander Usyk. Now, there's been a lot of questions about what's next, because I mean, even the Rico Verhoeven fight was seen as controversial when he picked Rico as his opponent for the fight that did happen yesterday. And now a lot of people are asking what next. I mean, Ajit Kabayel's name has been mentioned as a potential opponent. Some are even of the opinion maybe another bout against Fury or Joshua could be on the cards, or maybe Fabio Wardley or Daniel Dubois again could be on the cards, or maybe even retirement for this man at this point in time. I mean, what next, or what do you think what are you expecting from Alexander Usyk going forward?
Well, just like I can't decide for him, for me, I would have loved Alexander Usyk to resign from the sport of boxing. I mean, he has nothing apart from Kabayel and which other boxer he has not fought. He has beaten Dubois 2 times. He has beaten Anthony Joshua 2 times. He's beaten Tyson Fury 2 times. What else does he have to prove? I think Usyk should just resign from the boxing honorably. I mean, sometimes it's best to retire when the ovation is loudest. I don't know what he's fighting for. If you just imagine what would have happened if he was beaten by this Rico guy. Until just as you just said, the fight, a whole lot of people were saying the fight has been controversial. If he had lost this fight to Rico, he would have stained his career. A lot of people hate him. And one of the reasons why they hate Alexander, including me, I don't like Alexander Usyk. I mean, I'm not a fan of Alexander Usyk. This is because he's stolen the shine away from the original owners of boxing. Talking about the US and Great Britain. People like Muhammad Ali, Tyson, Joe Louis. In the interview you just played now, he said his son, or was it his daughter, called him and was telling him how dangerous the Rico guy is and that she's afraid her daddy was going to get her. Look, this man should just resign. I don't know what he's fighting for again. He's already a big boy. He's not going to be poor again in his life. There's no need fighting anybody again. He has nothing to prove. The people you've just mentioned, Ajit Kabayel and which have been beaten by people he's beaten before. So he doesn't have anything to prove again.
Okay, so Usyk, nothing to prove. But, I mean, if he is, or if he... Are you of the opinion that just maybe give it one more go, give him one more round? Yes, as much as you're calling for his retirement at this point in time, you just feel maybe the man still has something to offer for the sports, or like you said, leave when the ovation is highest, like you're noting now. But do you think if he's to quit now also, that you can regard Usyk as the greatest heavyweight boxer of this generation with what he's done?
For now, he is. For now, he's a generational great.
Okay. He's a generational great. Hello, Big John. Okay, Big John, we have you back on the line. So you were talking about Usyk being a generational great.
Yeah, it's already. You don't know what will happen to you next, just like we didn't know what would happen in yesterday's fight. But I don't think he needs to. He has achieved what no person has achieved in boxing. You understand? Okay. Apart from the fact that Muhammad Ali, who before now is the greatest, or the greatest, did certain other things apart from boxing, like becoming a United Nations peace envoy, like coming into
Hello, Big John. Are you still there?
I'm with you.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, apart from a few other things that can be.
Okay.
Yeah, apart from Muhammad Ali involving in certain other things away from boxing, like becoming a United Nations peace envoy, and then also fighting in other continents of the world.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay, Big John. Yes.
Hello.
We can hear you loud and clear. We can hear you.
Yeah. I'm so sorry for the interruptions. An incoming call is causing the interruptions. Like as I was saying that apart from Muhammad Ali being involved in setting other things away from boxing, like becoming a United Nations peace envoy, fighting in different continents of the world, okay, there is nothing more for Usyk to achieve in boxing that he has not achieved. What even Muhammad Ali has not achieved in boxing. You understand? So there's no need continuing to or your life or make you disabled. You know, once you are the champion and you are the top, there are several other boxers wanting to beat you. There are several other boxers that are envious of you. Just take, for example, Fury is still hungry to go for a third bout with him. The same thing for Dubois. After his last fight against Wadley, he's still looking for a way to fight Usyk. You see, once you are at the top, people will always fight you. People will always for you. So the best thing is for him to resign. I mean, we've seen that the reason why Frank Bruno retired from boxing at the time when he retired was because his doctors advised him to stop boxing because the artery supplying blood to his left eye has come with severe heavyweight punches and the artery was weak. That was his last fight against Iron Mike Tyson. No thanks to Iron Mike Tyson. Iron Mike Tyson was the one that was responsible for those heavy blows to his left eye artery that made the artery weak. He was advised to retire from boxing, and he did retire. I've just told you that just last year, August 8, 2025, we've lost 2 boxers. These things do happen. You don't know when it will happen. Today you are healthy, tomorrow you are no longer healthy. For me, you should just retire from boxing.
Okay, and now looking at the current crop of boxers, maybe I don't even really want to go into the path of Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua, some of the regular names or the big or heavyweight names we're used to seeing or mentioning in the heavyweight division. If Usyk were to retire today, which of the younger ones, which of those in the younger generation do you think is good enough to take up the mantle?
For now, I'm looking at Dubois. Dubois is doing so very well in boxing, so that I think you might even step. We are yet to see Anthony Joshua bounce back into the ring with a top challenger. But what Dubois is doing right now, I think Dubois might just step into his shoes.
Okay, so Daniel Dubois it is for you. But I mean, also there is that rematch against Fabio Wadley that definitely will happen because Wadley has triggered. Do you see Wadley getting the redemption he's honestly craving for at this point in time over Dubois?
He may just get the job done. I mean, I saw what he did to Joseph Parker. I was thinking he was going to beat Dubois myself. Bet was on him to beat Dubois. And he actually brought Dubois down twice early in the rounds. You understand? The reason why he couldn't keep up that pace until Dubois recovered and came for him and finally won that fight is so bloody his face. I really can't understand. Definitely not the Fabio Wadley I saw take on Joseph Parker. You know, boxers get weak at the later round. But what I saw him do to Joseph Parker in the later rounds of the fight was exactly what made me put my bet on him. Was going to pull the rug off Dubois. But unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Well, you might say my prediction is early for him, Dubois, but I'm judging based on what he did to Fabio Wadley. Maybe we should wait and see the rematch and see what happens if we'll be able to revenge his loss against Dubois. Then we might just see the two of them who will replace Usyk.
Okay, and let's go over to 2 other fights potentially before we get to wrap it up here on boxing. I want to leave the big one for last. And Moses Ituama, I mean, there are talks about what next for the man. The man has been quite dodgy about that. We all know he's avoiding fighting Fabio Wadley at this point in time because of they share the same promoter. But one name that is constantly being mentioned for the man, or that is being, will you say, pushed towards the man at this point in time, is Filip Hrgović. Ituama is young, up and coming, just 21 years of age, and has shown a lot already. But do you think Hrgović is the right decision for a next step in the heavyweight division for the man?
Definitely, I don't see Hrgović beating Ituama, and I don't think it's the right decision for Ituama. I was thinking the next fight against Dubois will be against Ituama. Fortunately, it's Hrgović that's on the card. So for me, I believe Ituama will beat him.
Okay, so straightforward, no chance for Hergovic?
I'm not giving him any chance at all. I've seen his fighting style. I've seen what Utama can do, and I believe Utama can do too.
Okay, and let's move finally to this fight. It's a fight a lot of people are hoping and expecting to happen. Just final details there and around the corner. It has to be the Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury fight, but a lot of people are also of the opinion that fight is actually dependent on if they're able to win, or like Joshua is able to win his own warm-up fight. Now, do you think that's a determining factor going into that match, or it doesn't just matter, or you don't care? It's just we want to see these two men fight, whether they lose or they lost their previous two fights or they lost their previous fight. We just want to see them fight.
I want to see them fight, whether they lose their fight or not. I don't know why people are saying if Anthony Joshua loses a fight. There are certain fights that are non-title fights that are even more important than the title fight. I remember when David Hay took on Derek Chisora for the crown of British heavyweight boxing. It was a tough fight that was even more important than a title fight. Both of them were fighting for the soul of British boxing. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. If these two fighters, Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury, don't fight themselves, they'll be giving box a very big letdown. There will be no respect for the two of them. Two captains cannot be in a ship. I've seen this thing happen before when Frank Bruno took on Lennox Lewis. There was a heavy contention in Great Britain between these two boxers, the Frank Bruno and Lennox Lewis. Yes. It was until the two of them fought and Bruno that there was respect. These two boxers need to fight themselves. They need to give the fans the fight these people, the fans have been waiting for. They need to give us this fight. Unfortunately, they've been dragging this on for 11 years now. I'm not sure, even if Anthony Joshua wins his fight, this fight will come through. But I believe they'll be doing boxing fans a whole lot of big shit if two of them don't fight. The two of them need to fight so that we respect. When Anthony Joshua beat the YouTuber, the first person is calling out was Tyson Fury. When Tyson Fury won his latest fight, the first person is calling out is Anthony Joshua, calling him a dozer. Anthony Joshua telling him the landlord is the boss, he needs to come pay him. This is how the two of them will keep insulting themselves. The two of them step into a boxing ring to fight. The two of them need to fight so that there will be just one captain in that ship come with him.
Okay. Thank you so much for your thoughts and your time on the show this afternoon, Big John. It's been great having you and your boxing insight here on Today's Sports Live.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, have a wonderful day as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's it as regards boxing here on Today's Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today95.1 FM. You can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal. We're here to take it, and that one is 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. Ovie, do you think the rematch Verhoeven is looking for will actually get to happen?
I don't think it's going to happen because, as you said, Usyk has other plans for himself, and the man has already come up before saying that he wants to just have 3 more fights. I don't know if Rico's zone is one of it, but even if let's just count it as one, and then you're looking at 2 more fights, which we're possibly looking at maybe Daniel Dubois once again, maybe to unify the title, and then maybe one other fight or so. But as Big John has said, the man has accomplished everything he needs to accomplish in boxing, and even the icing on the cake, beating a world champion as Big John did say, Rico Verhoeven is to kickboxing what Usyk is to boxing. Both of them are dominant in their sport, very, very dominant in their sport. So I'm not expecting anything from Usyk at this point. It would be better if the man can just call it quits. But a rematch between Verhoeven does not look likely to be in the books for me. I don't see it in the books. But Rico has already proved this point that he can hold his own against the big guys. He can hold his own against the boys. I'll expect more from the man in boxing. It's even possible we might see him as a world champion in a few years to come, or maybe in a year to come or so, if he keeps on with his performance and all. He almost did beat Alexander Usyk. So there's much to prove. There's much to still show in the sport. So for Alexander Usyk, he will not be taking that rematch. Even if Rico does come to offer him money, I don't think he's going to be taking that rematch. And it's not like he's pressured to take up the match or to take up any match. So the next step is for Alexander Usyk to find maybe a warm-up fight before he takes on his last bout, or he just calls it quits and drops the titles. But for the match or the rematch against Rico Vervin, doesn't seem likely to happen any point in time.
Okay, so doesn't see it happening at this point in time, Ovie. But do you think the fight will actually happen, or the rematch will actually happen between Alexander Usyk and Rico Verhoeven? But from there, we are heading over to the world of... Yes, we are heading over to the world of the NBA, of basketball.
Strus would come up with 20 points. Mobley would probably help with 25. Allen will help with probably 22. And that's a team effort. On a day where Donovan Mitchell is the only person dropping 35, dropping 40, you're bound to fail. Because even your second leading scorer, probably James Harden, is just chipping in with 14 points and shooting 30% from the field, which is extremely poor. So you have to have people that would come up and at least help that team when they need those buckets, when they need to get the go ahead. And right now they're not doing enough. They're not getting it. So as much as I predicted the New York Knicks to go through, it's been an easy series for them, Henry. They'll be wondering exactly how there's barely any competition so far in this series, and they'll just be looking to seal it off either in Cleveland or to round it off and go ahead to the NBA Finals and wait to see who they'll play.
And okay, let's talk about the other conference final. It has to be San Antonio Spurs up against the OKC. It feels like the OKC has finally met their match.
No, OKC knew that Spurs were their only match from the
regular season. Yeah,
they dominated them for 4 games straight. And coming into this, Victor, Alex, and I already predicted it was going to be a Spurs versus OKC final matchup. We're just expecting to see who was going to advance. Was it going to be Spurs? Was it going to be OKC? Spurs took the first game in good dominance, went into double overtime. Wemby was aggressive as always, and then he go back to game 2. OKC taking game 2 and taking game 3, and now it's game 4. Will Spurs capitalize on the advantage that they have, or will OKC extend their lead? So there are lots to look at, but many people don't want OKC to do a comeback. We've not had a comeback for a very, very back-to-back champions for a very long time, since the Golden State Warriors. So it looks to be OKC look like the only team to dominate. So this title means a lot to both teams. For OKC, if they do win the Eastern, if they do win the conference and head over to the championship, the playoff championship, and win the playoff championship, it could mean we'll be entering the OKC era. If Spurs win and Wemby wins, we'll be entering the Wemby era. But I think it also have a balance. Now we have 2 teams that are really, really dominant and could actually take out each other in Spurs. In OKC, Knicks could also even surprise. Really are playing good basketball. They could actually surprise in the conference final if they take on either of these two teams. And maybe not OKC, but Spurs. So there are lots to look at in that match. Wemby, I think Castle is injured. Or is he Hip Harper? Is Dilla Harper?
De'Aaron Fox are still not to be
Fox is still not back. Harper, I think he got an injury in the last match. So you can see Wemby is even still playing without his full squad. But I think we also have to look at that about the bench stepping up. You have to look at their last match, the OKC bench outscoring the San Antonio Spurs bench. I think they scored 76 points. So you have to look at squad depth, and that's something OKC have when it comes to getting the best over San Antonio Spurs. When it comes to their squad bench, they have people that can come, especially when they do have the lead. They have people that can come and keep that lead or extend that lead. But for San Antonio Spurs, it may Wemby is outmarked. Who is the next person? Is Stephen Castle, and there's so much damage Castle can do by himself. But when you look at Wemby, offensively he's good, defensively he's good, and that's why you see they started trying to match his physicality, trying to match his height, double teaming the man and all. And when he lays off the ball to his teammates, they have to make the shots count. The last game they were up 15 points in the first 4 or 5 minutes against OKC, and OKC ended that match beating them by 15 points. So I think they played at the Thunderdome. Yeah, they played
game 3.
Yeah,
game was
3.
at San Antonio.
Was at Spurs. Was at Spurs. So the next game will be at Spurs. Will be at San Antonio too. So it's a chance for them to try and level it, because I think if they give OKC even the slightest advantage, OKC will capitalize on that, because OKC now will smell blood, and if OKC smell blood, they will capitalize on that. Yes, although many people talked about the foul calls to San Antonio Spurs, we saw some of them, which some actually looked ridiculous. And but as Big John did say, you're playing against the champions. Some calls will be made in their favor, but some looked obvious and all. But the next game, it's to just as much as possible outscore your opponent. That's how basketball is. It's not something that you can score in football one and say, okay, we are going to sit back. You can't sit back. There's no how they're going to score you. So you have to outscore your opponent. So do San Antonio Spurs have the artillery? Yes, they have the artillery to outscore them, but they have the artillery to score points, both in the paint, both outside the arc. They've got that. Dylan Harper might be down. And Darren Fox might not be around, but I think they should find a way to make things do with that. And then you also have to look at for the OKC, it just looks like they've gotten their rhythm. They found their rhythm, especially after that game one. They found their rhythm, and for Spurs, you do not want them to get into their rhythm. You don't want them to get into their zone, because if they do, they could turn things around. They could turn things in their favor, and you don't want to be sitting on the back foot against Oklahoma City Thunder. You do not.
Okay, well, let's see how things do play out. But guys, give me your favorites to actually make it through. Let me start off with okay.
My favorites.
Yes.
My favorites, not the people I think are going to make it through. My favorite, San Antonio Spurs.
Who you think is going to make it through?
You said my favorite. I was giving you my favorite. No, I follow the
But who do you think will make it through?
Who do I think will make it through? OKC.
OKC.
I think OKC will make it through. Of course, Knicks are going to. There is no way Cleveland are going to do anything to New York Knicks. As Alex said, I do not expect this kind of performance from New York Knicks. I was not wondering. Like say, the Celtics might have collected from them. Might have collected from them. So, New York Knicks are like the Arsenal of the NBA at this point, because their fans, the last time they won a title was 19 something. That's the last time they were. I think they were in the conference.
Okay.
They were in the conference final or so. So their fans are so eager to see them in that position once again, to see them climb that table once again. So and the way they've played beautiful basketball all around, and them not making it to the conference finals, it just does not seem possible with what Cleveland are doing. Donovan Mitchell, James Harden. I don't know if this is going to be his last ride. I think he's done well to be able to get the team, especially Cleveland, especially even Donovan Mitchell, that will not even be able to make it through the first round in any playoff series that he's been. And the man has made it to the Eastern Conference final. I think he has done. He has made a good achievement for himself. And you have to see for the likes of James Harden playing. I don't know if it's second fiddle to him or not, but for both men, I think this is the end of the road. Next season, we might see many of them leaving teams, many of them moving, and all to other teams with the trade going on. But for now, New York Knicks advanced to, and it will surprise me, and I think it will be well deserved if New York Knicks do win the finals. But the two teams at the other side, the two teams on that Western Conference, are monsters. As you've said, are absolute monsters in San Antonio Spurs and OKC. But for the finals, it's going to be Oklahoma. As much as I do not like them, it's going to be Oklahoma against New York Knicks, and it's going to be OKC doing it back-to-back. I can't really see it.
Okay, for you, Alex, anything different?
Yes, I will stick with the San Antonio Spurs. Okay. I think they have something, as much as they lack the experience required to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder right now. As it stands, they do not look like they have that necessary experience to overturn this lead. Like Ovie said, Game 4 which is going to be in the early hours of tomorrow morning, is very, very important for obvious reasons, because the minute you let OKC take that, then I believe the series is done. As much as you try and pull it back, maybe 3-2 at most, or even a 3-3, I still think you have given OKC the upper hand, that they know that they just have to win one game of the remaining 3 or potentially 4 to go. But as it stands right now, I still think the San Antonio Spurs have what it takes to hurt Oklahoma City Thunder. They are the only team that has what it takes to hurt them and to sort of expose those flaws. Obviously, we spoke about the team not being completely fit, but at the same time, OKC had to dig deep. I was speaking to someone right after game 3, and he said OKC are a team that can evolve and readapt. And what he meant by that is the fact that he does not think OKC are playing at their best. He did not think at any point watching OKC throughout this season that they were playing at their best level. He said they were playing at a sustainable level because nobody has pushed them to the limits. That the minute they pushed OKC to the limits, OKC has more to offer in terms of basketball. They could immediately switch up their style. We saw leading scorers off the bench. Jay Will and Jared McCain. Those are 2 players that come off the bench. Alex Caruso, game 1, 8 3-pointers made. Those are guys that are not part of their starting 5, but they come into the team and they play a crucial role in securing these wins for Oklahoma City Thunder. That team has the ability to adapt. They've been a problem. 4-1 against them all season. Wemby is an absolute monster against us. He knows the right actions to make. This is a team of hard runners. Stephen Castle, De'Aaron Fox, Julian Champagny, Devin Vassell, you name them, Dylan Harper, Keldon Johnson. This is a team that has a little bit more depth, or I would say just about the same depth as they do, and they have the ability to hurt OKC. So they went deep into their own bag and asked themselves, why are we defending champions, and what can we potentially do to stop this team from getting the better of us or making the narrative completely switch? And they've done just that. They went back to their drawing board and they made sure that they had everything all planned out, and they came up with a really good response to show why sometimes that playoff experience matters a whole lot. And they did just that. They were exceptional in game 2 to tie the series, and then in game 3 to take the lead. And it's just a flawless performance all around from them. But there are also lots of leakages in that Spurs side. We know how they play when they play their best basketball, and it has not been it so far. Even in the first game where they won, they shot only 30% from 3. That has been one of their worst percentages all postseason. So we know they play better than that, and we are just asking to see them stand up a little bit and bring that bit of fight that we know that they have, that they've shown all season. And I definitely know that they would bring that fight in game 4 to tie that series. But from then on, it's all going to be about mentality. And I think with that 7-footer, I would like to believe the San Antonio Spurs and their players being fit would have that slight edge over the champions to make it to the NBA Finals.
Okay, well, we'll wait to see how it actually transpires. What you guys have given their, we say, predictions. Alex sticking with the San Antonio Spurs, or saying it's the San Antonio Spurs and the New York Knicks for him. Ovia saying it's OKC and the New York Knicks for him. But, I mean, they both have the New York Knicks in common at the end of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go for a quick timeout where we do return here on Today's Sports Live. We will be continuing the show with Formula 1 as well as there is tennis. Roland Garros will be starting tomorrow. We'll just take a brief look at those two before we get to talk about European football and then NPFL. It's the title decider today in Nigeria. England decided their own on Tuesday. We were deciding our own today. So today is our own in Nigeria. Somto is already on his way to the Adoke Amesimaka Stadium, where he will be there to actually giving us live updates as regards everything that is happening over there or at the stadium. While we will also give you live updates on what is transpiring at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena as well here on Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short timeout.
Football fans, the biggest football night of the season is here. This 30th May 2026. Get ready for the ultimate UEFA Champions League final experience with the unbeatable Today FM Sports crew and you, the real fans, live at Amora Resort. It's going to be action like never before. It's going to be Budapest away from Budapest. Massive screens, an electric atmosphere, fun games, fan battles, music, loads of giveaways, amazing freebies, and unforgettable moments with fellow football lovers. And guess what? Come rock in your favorite football club jerseys and represent your team with pride. Businesses and brands, this is your chance to connect with passionate football fans from across the city. Sponsorship opportunities are now open. Call 0812-596-9594. Again, 0812-596-9594. UEFA Champions League Final Watch Party with Today FM Sports Crew. Only at Amora Resort. Budapest, away from Budapest.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Football fans, the biggest football night of the season is here. This 30th May 2026. Get ready for the ultimate UEFA Champions League final experience with the unbeatable Today FM Sports crew and you, the real fans, live at Amora Resort. It's going to be action like never before. It's going to be Budapest away from Budapest. Massive screens, an electric atmosphere, fun games, fan battles, music, loads of giveaways, amazing freebies, and unforgettable moments with fellow football lovers. And guess what? Come rock in your favorite football club jerseys and represent your team with pride. Businesses and brands, this is your chance to connect with passionate football fans from across the city. Sponsorship opportunities are now open. Call 0812-596-9594. Again, 0812-596-9594. UEFA Champions League Final Watch Party with Today FM Sports Crew. Only at Amora Resort. Budapest, away from Budapest.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Yes, welcome back to the show. This is still Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, and you're listening to the voice of Hero Google. I've got Ovie Wallace and Alex Kabari still here with me in the studio. And Ovie, Roland Garros does commence tomorrow. Yes, we do have some qualifying games that have been taking place, but the main festivities begins tomorrow. And first off, no Carlos Alcaraz and players are going on strike. Or let me not say necessarily strike, they are protesting as regards the pay. First off, I mean, this has to be some unwanted, we'll say, publicity before the start of the tournament. First off, back-to-back defending champion is in there. The whole protest. And even home favourite, Arthur Fields, the man has pulled out or has withdrawn from Roland Garros.
Well, we've seen many of them pull out from the tournament. You have to due to the scheduling and all. And now with Carlos one is even extended because I think he is pulled out of the Wimbledon as well too. So we hope it just does not extend to the end of the year. But the athletes have always talked about the pay when it comes to they say they need more improvements to the prize pool and all. I think that one is another discussion that the Players Association will have to have with the Tennis Federation, with ATP and the WTA to increase the prize pool money. But I think it still benefits the guys at the top. You just have to look at it, the Yannick, the Carlos, the Sabalenka, the Fiontek, because at the end of the day, they are the ones that will still take the big chunk of the money. Yes, you were saying, especially for Grand Slams, they'll take the big chunk of the money. Maybe the people that crash out of the first round or the second round, they'll be able to at least take something from that. But from the big guys, it's still going to be them talking about that. I think what they should be focusing on is the scheduling, because the pay for me is quite okay. I think it's the scheduling they need to talk about. But I think the Tennis Federation has tried their best, or the ATP has tried their best to try and set a standard for the athletes to participate and all. But we have the Roland Garros and the French Open. I think it's to look forward to that and look forward to the athletes as they battle each other out to see who will claim the French Open, if it's going to be go defending our champion, and a chance for Yannick Sinner to win all the Grand Slams. Got knocked out last time, losing to Carlos Alcaraz, and now with Carlos out of the picture, he looks poised to be able to take it as the favorite. And with Djokovic, who does not look to be in form, yes, he has a new trainer. I think that was his former teammates in the Davis Cup. That's his new trainer. But for Yannick, who's there to challenge him, Djokovic, his only clay match this season ended in a loss. So you see he's not really up to par coming into this competition, but you could still see he will still pose a threat in this tournament, even if it's you see he's not had much under his belt when it comes to clay. He's not played much when it comes to clay, but you just want to just say yes, it's Novak Djokovic. Last season the man went to back-to-back semi-finals. He started this year in the Australian Open, getting to the final, just losing out to Carlos Alcaraz, and now the man that he did beat to get to that final, Yannick, looks to be set to clinch it, and he might have that confidence. He has that belief in him that yes, I took out Yannick, I can still take out Yannick again. So I think that's what he's going to be looking at. For the women's side of things, Sabalenka has been impressive, taking the India Wells. I think she also took Roma as well, and now it's straight up to the Roland Garros to see if she can clinch her first Grand Slam of the year after losing out in the Australian Open. She can clinch her first Grand Slam of the year. For Iga Swiatek, the queen of clay, as you said, has been able to bounce back. She's got a new coach, I think Roig. That's the new coach, and for a chance for her to try and close out the conversation when it comes to the Queen of Clay, and for people actually doubting her if she's actually got her mojo back, if she's actually got herself back into the game of tennis. So a lot to talk about when it comes to the Roland Garros and for the competitors. So I think for now we just look at the qualifiers and see who'll be making it. Who'll be making it straight from the qualifiers, and then when it comes to the main draws as they start tomorrow, we'll have our eyes on the big boys and see how far they can advance. But Clay always comes with his surprises. They cut the ball really moves fast, and how hard it is for how slippery it is. You see for the athletes, many Clay are one of the hardest surfaces to play on. So we're going to see a lot of surprises in this court.
Okay, 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. That's for the phone line, and it is open for you to call in and air your thoughts on everything we have discussed or are discussing. But to matters on the court, who are the favorites? Alcaraz isn't there, so it just feels like it's a straight road for. Is a straight road, or
it should be a
easy
walk,
road for.
It should
Yannick
be a walk in the park for Yannick. The man has gotten the Golden Masters to his name, and what's next for him is just to I don't think he's won all Grand Slams. I think the only one that's left for him is Roland Garros, and your biggest rival, your biggest opponent has said he won't be available. So what's next for you is, it feels like a straight path to the finals. And now the only opponent that you feel might struggle against is Novak Djokovic, but I think he's had a big step up from that loss to Djokovic in the Australian Open. So I don't think it's the same Yannick we are seeing. This is a man who I don't think he has dropped his sets. Only 2 sets so far since after losing that match to Djokovic. So he's a man on fire, and with the pace he's going, he looks poised as the favorite. After him, I think the next person will be Djokovic, unless we see this Zverev and Medvedev, or which we don't really see happening. So I think for Yannick, everyone is already expecting him to at least get to the final of this. And then for the women, Golf, I think for the women is a much more tougher fixture or tougher pool there, because Swiatek looks to be back. You have Svitolina, you have Elena Rybakina, Sabalenka, of course, will always be the powerhouse there. So I think it's a much more tougher pool, tougher ladder to climb for the women, as there are many of them that can actually turn out surprises. Many of them is not really their favorite courts, but they can still. Or you still have to look at them. Look at someone like Sabalenka. Look at someone like Naomi Osaka. Not really their favorite courts, but they can actually turn out surprises. So I think we'll still be looking at the women pool and seeing who could make it to the finals. But I think for the women, I think we'll have more surprises than the men when it comes to these women being knocked out earlier in the earlier rounds.
Okay, well, let's head over to the WhatsApp portal, and this one says, don't forget the sports team is a young team with an average age of 22 years. This will be the last season OKC will beat Spurs in the playoffs. If they can, after this season, I don't see any team stopping Spurs in the next 5 seasons in the West. Spurs is the team to beat. Getting to the conference finals this season is a big boost for them. Win or lose, they will still win the championship in the nearest future. Thank you. Well, you didn't state your name, but your number ends with 9943. Thanks so much for your thoughts. And this one says, I'm coming from Chuba. How do I or can I get to the Adoki and Messimaka Stadium? Well, if you want to get to the Adoki and Messimaka Stadium, I don't know if you're there now because this message was sent about an hour or thereabout ago. You have to get to the Obirikwere flyover. Yes. Then you have to cross to the other side and take a tricycle or taxi going to the airport, towards the airport. Then you stop at the airport roundabout, then take a bus going right towards the Stadium. So that's how you do it. That's how you get there. From Obirikere flyover, you take to Airport Junction, and from Airport Junction, you actually take to Adoke Maka Stadium. Then you just walk down into the stadium. So, well, Alex Kabari is here to actually give you the lowdown of what's happening as regards European football. It's the last day of Pep. It's the last day of Mo Salah. Probably Andrew Robertson in the English Premier League as well. But, I mean, it's the day of last days. It's also the last day of the NPFL season. But as I'm about to leave here, I'm handing you over to the safe hands of Alex Kabari. So do not go anywhere today, Sports Life. We'll be right back.
Hello, this is the BBC World Service. I'm Harriet.
Football fans, the biggest football night of the season is here. This 30th May 2026. Get ready for the ultimate UEFA Champions League final experience with the unbeatable Today FM Sports crew and you, the real fans, live at Amora Resort. It's going to be action like never before. It's going to be Budapest away from Budapest. Massive screens, an electric atmosphere, fun games, fan battles, music, loads of giveaways, amazing freebies, and unforgettable moments with fellow football lovers. And guess what? Come rock in your favorite football club jerseys and represent your team with pride. Businesses and brands, this is your chance to connect with passionate football fans from across the city. Sponsorship opportunities are now open. Call 0812-596-9594. Again, 0812-596-9594. UEFA Champions League Final Watch Party with Today FM Sports Crew. Only at Amora Resort. Budapest, away from Budapest.
As I walk these streets alone, through this borough I call home, upon the barren fields of ivory, neath the stadiums of stone, through the turnstiles at the Angel, see the homeless on the green, from the Cali to the cross, and every shithole in between. Past the church, the mosque, the crack den, and the offie on the corner. See the brasses from the brothel that pretends to be a sauna. Watch the bedlam in the bookies, see the winners and the losers seeking solace from their sorrow in the local battle cruisers. Through the madness in the market, weathered faces turn to greet ya. Hello governor, how's your mother? You're right son, be lucky geezer. Double pie and mash and liquor, a couple of rosy up chap, or watch retired gangsters bicker every day in half his calf. The little fuckers causing trouble for the causes make you smile. You meet your muckers for a couple, forget your troubles for a while. From the full nil to the hemi, all the faces are the same, cause the manner might be changing, but the people still remain. Whatever the weather, these streets are our own, and my heart will leave you never. My blood will forever run through the storm. As I walk these streets alone, through a kingdom made of chrome, I see them ripping up the cobbles and tearing down our childhood homes. I see the architecture changing, watch the history disappear, and the skyline rearranging into towers of veneer. But I see the remnants of a London that they thought they could erase. Every time I hear the old school talk about the good old days, or every time I watch the football, have a ruby with the lads, see an oyster selling clobber, or a dealer shotting bags. It's in the single mothers juggling a baby and a job, in every single brother struggling to wind up in the dock. It's in the roots and the foundation, still clinging to to the land. It's in the bricks that built the Moulin and pop 'em that still stand. It's in my family and my friends, in every gram and every bends. It's in the roots that we inherit when a generation ends. It's in the rooms of your youth and the faces of your past. Just a man I might be changing.
Forever as Arsenal, we are crowned champions of the English Premier League for the first time in 22 years. Hello and welcome to this European section. My name is Kabari Alexander and I'll be walking you through this a very, very special episode. Yes, of course, we did mention Arsenal are Premier League champions and there is still maybe not all, but there is still something to play for in the Premier League as it sets the start. I retain the guys from the first part and we would be sort of doing things a little bit different as we'll have only 40 minutes to talk European football before we switch over to yet another enticing title race, and it's going down over there. We have our guys already stationed at the Adoke Masimaka Stadium, and we'll be hoping to have negative news from the guys over there in Lagos, because we need something negative for them, positive for us, to have Rivers United being crowned champions. But of course, the assignment starts with you. Pick your 3 points and wait to see if they'll slip. So that is going to be the order of the evening. But of course, as we did say, North London forever. Congratulations to Arsenal Football Club. 22 years of what has been a constant torment and constant pain. And they saw Arsene Wenger leave the club. They saw themselves get battered in Baku 4-1 by Chelsea Football Club in their Europa League final. They've seen a 10-2 aggregate scoreline to Bayern Munich in the Champions League round of 16. They have been called bottlers and bridesmaids. What names have they not been called? And to finally crown it all with the Champions League. But they could add a cherry on top by winning the UEFA Champions League. Well, yes, we will bring you in when it's time to. As little as we could muster, we will bring you in to that one. But on the table, of course, Arsenal, the Premier League champions. It's the final match day in the Premier League. We have 10 matches to report all about to kick off in the next, let's say, 40 minutes or so in the Premier League. Just about 38 minutes. Burnley at home to Wolves, Palace against Arsenal, Fulham against Newcastle, Liverpool against Brentford, City against Villa, Forest against Bournemouth, Sunderland hosting Chelsea, Tottenham, Everton, and West Ham United hosting Leeds United. Now, we have our eyes on several of them for different reasons, because the Cherries will be hoping for a favour from Manchester City, beating Aston Villa, and also hoping that the Reds would get them also a favour by winning Brentford at home, because that would mean Aston Villa drops to 5th. And if Aston Villa finishes 5th, it means the extra spot given to English sides for the UEFA coefficient will drop down to the 6th place, and that will automatically be taken up by the 6th place holder. So yes, it's still a lot to fight for. Also, the only sides that could still be relegated are Tottenham and West Ham, and both of them play at home against Everton and against Leeds United respectively. So plenty to fight for in the Premier League final day. So with the guys in the studio, of course, as I like to say, they are on their marks and I am set. So if you're ready, let's get the show up and running. All right, yes, a lot to talk about, as I did say, and we'll just quickly dive right into it. Ovie, Mikel Arteta said he saw Arsenal's Premier League success coming in March after ending their 22-year wait for the title. Now, we know Arsenal were confirmed as champions as Manchester City drew Bournemouth away at the Vitality Stadium on Tuesday. But in an interview for Sky Sports News ahead of Arsenal's final game against Crystal Palace, Arteta told actor and Arsenal fan Tom Hiddleston that he was able to visualize lifting the trophy as early as 2 months ago. I imagined winning it many times, Arteta speaking, especially because we've been very close in a few seasons, but this time especially there was something. I've done a lot of visualization over the last few months. I could close my eyes and I could get to that picture immediately, and that was different to the other seasons. Ovi, is this the power of manifestation, or what exactly do you think Arteta is talking about? But right before you tell us what Arteta is talking about, I think the more important question right now is, could you visualize Arsenal crossing the finish line finally after being not able to do that in previous seasons as at March 2026 of it?
No, I could not visualize them, especially with what was going on. They were 8 points ahead, and then with City catching up, and you also have to look at the pressure that kept on piling on them. But they just knew how to grind out the result, because both teams reinforced themselves during the transfer window, getting easy for City. They got in Gay and they got Semenya. From there they just kicked off. So as if it's from there that they just kicked off. And then with City also besting them in the Carabao Cup, it looked to deal a big blow to them. And we all know during that April stint in which City Arsenal were not able to get the win during that April stint, and for City to capitalize. But I think how I knew Arsenal were going to win it was when City failed to win important games that they were meant to capitalize. I can't remember the game. So I think it was after beating Arsenal.
That should be the Everton game.
The Everton.
Or are you talking about the games even before beating Arsenal? Because before beating Arsenal, they dropped points to Nottingham Forest.
Before beating Arsenal, they were still kind of shaky. But I think after beating Arsenal, they went on a good run, and we knew they had the tougher fixtures. We knew they had the tougher fixtures, so we were expecting Arsenal to win this. But you just have to look at it. City.
Yeah,
they just found a way to score and kept on going, and then it was now City against Everton, a much needed win, and they just failed to get that win over City. And they could have the last day of the title race could have come over to Saturday here. Sunday, could come on Sunday if they had gotten that win against Bournemouth. They got the first goal, it was ruled off for offside, and then Bournemouth decided, Semenyo, as much as we love you, we're not going to do you a favor. Us too, we need the Champions League spot. Yours is already confirmed. So they got that draw, and from then on, it was just Arsenal celebrating. So it looked kind of tricky. This title race, it looked kind of tricky, but I always knew Arsenal were going to cross over the finish line. I don't know if it was going to be now or next season, because you have to look, one man always stood in front of them, and that was Pep Guardiola. He was always the man to beat, even with slots coming in and winning last season. It was still Pep Guardiola that they needed to beat, finishing back to back 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024, 2024, 2025. Kind of mirrors what happened during the Wenger's era, during 1989, or is it 90? Yes, 1998, 1999, 1990, 2000, 2001, and then 101, 102, they took the English Premier League title. And it just shows you how it is when you give a manager time, when you give him time to build with his squad, give him what he needs.
at the end of the day, he will give you results. And he kept on building. He kept on building. City stood in front of him, so it felt like it was time, and they've shed off that butler stag, and now they are champions of the English Premier League.
Okay, and Ovi, we'll just jump straight into this next one because this is very, very crucial. And also for you, I mean, I want a lot of callers to come in. It doesn't have to be particularly the Arsenal fans, but at what point this season did you pinpoint Arsenal winning the Premier League? At what point, what moment, when you look at the campaign that the Gunners have had, what point or what moment did you say Arsenal have won the Premier League? Uwe? There are several of them. One was going away to St. James's Park and beating Newcastle after being a goal down with just about 15 minutes to play.
You also have to look at the 2 wins against Tottenham in the North London derby.
Yeah, dominant performances. The one they needed a 16-year-old to come in and break the deadlock against Everton in the 88th minute, with of course scoring and virtually creating the first goal. Also, that draw, that Martinelli's all but last minute kick against City at the Emirates Stadium to make sure that it finished as a draw. So lots of moments to pinpoint. We can also even go ahead and list the West Ham one too. The West Ham where the goal was ruled out too. What moment where, as soon as it happened, you felt Arsenal were going to be Premier League champions?
Well, I would say after losing back-to-back to City and doing that April stint, I was still kind of skeptical.
Yeah.
I was kind of skeptical about it because what could be going on was kind of different. But I think after that West Ham game and the energy they put into that, I think I felt these guys were going to be champions. No matter how you want to do, they were going to be champions.
It was just their year and you could not stop them. Well, there's this saying that if you hang around a barber's shop, sooner or later, you must get a haircut. And that's precisely what Arsenal, Mikel Arteta, and his boys have done. Congratulations to Arsenal Football Club. But for the listeners out there, what moment did you feel won Arsenal the Premier League? 0810-9510-951. Let's hear from this caller. Hello, caller. Good evening and welcome to the show. Hello? Okay, welcome to the show. Let's have your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I think Arsenal, when I started feeling that Arsenal has carried this team right from the first time they won this Everton.
When they won Everton?
Yeah. That convinced me. I said Arsenal will carry this league because Everton normally gives them tough time.
Okay. So you envisioned it sooner than they did win the league too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, kudos to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that one. Kudos to you for that foresight there. He prediction was after Arsenal found a way to beat Everton, and that was very, very key for them because those are the tough games that you need to find a way to win, and it just showed that the Arsenal side had come on a different level. But what about you? For those of us listening currently, what moment can you say won Arsenal the Premier League title? Looking back at this season, there are lots of them. There is a foul on João Pedro. He looks like he's being held by a couple of players that is not given. And of course, not too long after that, Chelsea gets a red card. They're reduced to 10 men. Arsenal go on to win the game 2-1. What moment can you pinpoint? It could even be that 3-0 victory by Manchester City over Chelsea. But if we can all remember what happened during that 3-0, as soon as Doku scored the third goal away at Stamford Bridge, a Man City fan put a bottle with Arsenal's logo to his mouth. And that was it. So there are lots of moments that you could look back on and say, potentially, this may have involuntarily won Arsenal the Premier League. Not forgetting even a loss to City at the Etihad, which saw City win their game in hand and return back to the top of the Premier League table. That game, they lost. And right after they lost it, the cameras captured Declan Rice saying, it's not done. So what moment, looking back at a remarkable campaign for Mikel Arteta's men, won Arsenal the Premier League? 0810 9510 951. 0810 9510 951. Henry, we were just talking about moments that defines a season. You could look back at a lot of them, Henry. You could list loads and loads of them. But what moment, Henry, would you pinpoint that won Arsenal the Premier League, that you looked at it and said, Arsenal will be league champions? We've just had one or two callers calling and say it's Everton, that Everton moment where they needed to find out that I had goal. But I believe some would also say it is when Doku scored the third against Chelsea and that City fan put an Arsenal bottle to his lips that sort of incised the players to go on and win it all.
I don't think it's more of when Doku scored the third. No, that bottle thing was when they even beat them, when they beat Man City beat Arsenal. I think funny enough, I think when I knew Arsenal were going to win the league was against Everton.
But let's just very quickly get this caller's thoughts. Hello, caller, welcome. Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Yeah, we can hear you. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm Mukachi. I'm calling from Oyibo.
All right, Mukachi from Oyibo. Let's have your thoughts, please.
Yeah, if you sport analysis, we follow the trend of Premiership. Right from the days of Leicester.
Yes.
You will know that any club that has been on top of the league right from December to January, automatically that team will end up to win Premiership.
Yeah.
Check your record right from Leicester.
Yeah.
Till now, till today that Arsenal has been crowned
Champions, yeah.
I have been telling myself right from time that as long as Arsenal remain on top of the league up to January, it is a don't give Arsenal. That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much for that one there. Well, he does have a point because Arsenal were on top for 238 days out of 285 in the Premier League. Liverpool were top of the Premier League for just about 20-25 days. City were top for 21 days. Arsenal were on top for the remaining days. So, Henry, let's get back to you.
Yeah, like I was saying, I think it had to be that Doku, that Everton game, the whole. When the Everton were 2-1 up, I was happy because honestly, I've been wanting Arsenal to win the league. I was so happy about that.
Yeah.
I'm not an Arsenal fan, so let me just say that out there. I'm not an Arsenal fan.
Yeah.
And my allegiance is just to either the underdog or good football at the end of the day. But I think the Everton game had to be, and somehow even before the Everton game, I know I went back and forth with some fans here on the show who called in and said that I said Arsenal will definitely win the league. I don't know, there was just that thing in me that felt that it's finally their time. City sort of picked late. Truth be told, City picked well around February.
Because of the signings, probably.
Yes. Antoine Semenyo and Maguire made a big difference.
Yeah.
I think even Guehi made the biggest difference at the back.
Yeah.
It made City much more solid at the back and it helped them see out results. But it just felt like Arsenal had done a lot of the work from August down to December. And they started stuttering. But luckily for them, the stuttering most were draws. So at least you were still getting that 1-1 point that was still in a way helping your cause or case. And the odd wins here and there. I mean, they won about only 7 in almost 16 games. So that wasn't necessarily good. But at least they didn't lose 2 or 3 games that would probably have handed City. But it just felt like even if Arsenal at the point, I also felt like even if Arsenal are going to win this thing, they'll just like barely drag themselves over the line instead of making it as easy as it should have been for them.
Yeah.
But they won it. I think it was more of the gut feeling. It was more of that gut feeling that Arsenal just has to win it this time. Man City are there for the taking. They are not as superb
as they used to be.
I mean, if Real Madrid could do what they did to them over 2 legs, then definitely a lot is actually not right with Manchester City at this point in time. So they're not as good as they used to be. So it's Arsenal's time to take advantage of that. And I just felt if Arsenal doesn't win this season, they cannot win the Premier League again because Liverpool are horrible.
Yeah.
United were horrible, then became decent and good. Became good. Aston Villa were shaky. They were bad, good, average, bad. That has been Villa's season. City have been very shaky all season long.
Yeah.
And it felt like it just had to be now. And I think that just has to be. Then I think the Everton game now cemented that for me. Immediately Everton was able to get that draw, all Arsenal just had to do, it was clear and simple. Win. That was against West Ham, right?
Yeah.
Win West Ham.
Win West Ham.
And let the rest just play out. Or just beat West Ham and West Ham. Then they played Burnley so all you had to do was just beat West Ham or win the remaining games you have to play, or just keep on winning till City drops, or till the end of the season if City continues winning. And they did just that. I think Everton cemented that feeling, because even at a point I started doubting after they lost to Manchester City, because Pep smelling blood is like a shark smelling blood. It will come for you. It will come for you.
Expect it to come.
Yes, and that's just the same thing with Pep actually smelling blood. You expect Pep to come for you and come for the English Premier League title, but surprisingly they survived. Let me not say surprisingly. Well, uncharacteristically of Pep, his team stumbled when they are not used to stumbling in moments like this. I mean, the game at the Etihad would have definitely told you that they do not stumble at the end of, or when they find themselves in such a position. But somehow, at the end of the day, history does not always repeat itself if you do or put in enough effort, and maybe in some cases you pray well enough. And for Arsenal, this was one of those cases.
Okay, it was one of those cases for Arsenal as described by Henry, but he has pinpointed his moment, or that moment where he looked back and thought Arsenal would be champions as soon as City slipped first. Yes, but now this one is specifically for the Arsenal fans. How exactly would you describe that moment when the final whistle went off at the Vitality Stadium? What was the feeling like? For the Arsenal fans that are currently some good 17, 18 years of age, you were not born the last time Arsenal won the Premier League titles. And for the older fans, you were probably more in your youthful years. So what was the feeling like? How would you describe at that moment, looking back at it, seeing Haaland scoring in the 95th minute and a minute or two later, the final whistle going off at the Vitality Stadium to crown Arsenal Premier League champions for the first time in 22 years? How did that moment feel? 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. Well, other than Arsenal, there's still yet another topic of contention, and that has to be the news that is going to bring a lot of mixed feelings. Some fans will be happy to see the back of this certain man, while the others would also be feeling the league. What's going to become of it now that one of its very best is leaving, and that's Pep Guardiola. City won 17 major trophies in 10 seasons under Pep Guardiola, and in case we are not really picturing it, stop, think for a minute, and let that number land. 17 in 10 seasons under Pep Guardiola. In total, Guardiola has won 41 trophies across his 17-year managerial career, and the legendary Sir Alex Ferguson got to 49, which is currently still the highest of any manager, but he did that in 39 years. Guardiola won 41 in 17 years. So again, stop and think about those figures. Guardiola also won the league 12 times in those 17 years. When you compare it with the likes of Carlo Ancelotti, who still has more Champions League than Guardiola does, but has 6 league titles less than Pep did. Ferguson, we know he did win a lot. So did Bob Paisley, Bill Shankly, Jose Mourinho, Ancelotti, Zinedine Zidane too, in a short period of time. You could go as far as to name even Mircea Lucescu, Valery Lobanovsky, Otmar Hitzfeld, Jock Stein, Arsene Wenger, Jurgen Klopp. They are all plenty. They all won plenty of titles. The question now is, does Guardiola belong in that company? And I don't think that is a question, because obviously he does. But the question, and the real question is, does he stand apart from that company of those coaches? It's Pep Guardiola. There's a lot to talk about the manager, how he won at a historic rate in 3 different countries, how he changed the way the football, the beautiful game is being played, and how he changed the way football is thought about. He did it with a style that will be studied, debated, and remembered long after the medals. So you could make a case. Is he the greatest? You can make that case and you can let it land. But the last thing to know about Pep Guardiola is he's not done. Even as this chapter at Manchester City closes, he wanted a hand in choosing his successor. And also yesterday, it was announced he's going to be a part of the City Blue Co board and going to help promote the rest of the City Group of Football, City Group of Football board member. But he is that manager who has lots and lots of legacy left behind in every league that he has touched. But the question on the lips of everybody, and I don't know if Ovie is going to be I don't know if Ovie is going to be able to give me a direct answer, or if he's going to flirt around with this answer. Ovie, Pep Guardiola, is he the greatest Premier League manager of all time? But right before we come to you, let's take this call. Hello, caller. Good evening. Welcome to the show. Hello. Okay. We unfortunately could not hear anything there. So, Ovie, back to you. Like I said, are you going to flirt around this, or are you going to give me a direct answer? Is Pep Guardiola the greatest Premier League manager of all time? Is he the greatest manager of all time? Now, those are 2 questions. And if he's not, then why? And if he is, why?
For me, I believe he is. Because it's not just about trophies. I think it's about how he changed the game.
Yeah.
And if you want to look at someone that has changed the game, influenced the game, a manager, you're looking at people like what was this former Barca manager?
Luis Enrique?
No, not Luis Enrique.
Johan Cruyff.
Yeah, Johan Cruyff.
Okay.
Johan Cruyff. Looking at Pep. These are people that have changed the game tactically and all. And these are the only 2 people that I have to say have really invented new style, really invented the way things are in football. And you also have to look at the trophies the man has also taken to back it up. Yes, he might not have the 13 league titles that Sir Alex Ferguson won.
Yeah.
He's got the Champions League. He's done a double. He's taken City from absolutely nothing to threats in Europe. That's taking them to get a treble. He dominated the Premier League and turned it to a Farmers League. No matter what, he turned it to a Farmers League, winning back to back to back.
Yeah,
dominating multiple competitions. Since he came, he's won almost 20 plus trophies for City. So not just the trophies he's done, the way he's changed the game. And you also have to look at his proteges and the rest. You have to look at the lack of company. You have to look at the likes of Arteta, look at the likes of Maresca and the rest. Even they too have got innovation from the man, and they are the new generation of managers leading the way as well too. So Xabi Alonso as well too. So the man has changed football for everyone, and it's going to take time to see a manager, past or present, I think that will have this much influence in football as much as he does currently, as much as he will, because I think even after he's done with football, he's still going to be having much impact when it comes to decision making. As you see, he is in the Blue Cool board now. I think he's still going to have an impact in decision making and the growth of City as a club in general. So for me, you just have to say he's the greatest manager to have played the sport.
Okay, to have coached the sport here. How about you, Henry? Do you share same opinions as Ovie? And why would you say Pep Guardiola is or is not the greatest manager we've ever witnessed?
I know some people will say, or come for me. I mean, they'll say Sir Alex Ferguson won 13 in 23 years. But I mean, if you do the maths in 23 years, Pep probably wins 14. if you do it, okay, 1-6 in 10.
Yeah.
He goes. Sir Alex Ferguson was from 1986. He became United manager in 1986. If memory serves me right.
To 2013.
2013.
So that's 27 years.
I think I need to confirm.
That's 20.
That's
13.
I need to confirm when Sir Alex Ferguson again. My memory is failing me right now at this point.
That should be 13 in 27 because I did see certain numbers that said 13 Premier League titles in 27
Yeah, he had
seasons.
13 Premier League titles. That one is a definite. That during his period, he was 1986. Yeah.
So that's 27 years.
27 years. 1986. Yeah. So my memory wasn't failing me.
Yeah.
I just maybe wanted to be sure. So that's 13 titles in 27 years.
So that's 13 won, 14 lost.
Yes. And you just want to look at it. Okay, if we're doing it the same metrics Pep was doing it 6 every 10.
In 20, he takes 12.
In 20, he takes 12. Then let's say in the next 7, he takes 5. That's 17 titles. But I think the way City dominated.
Yeah.
They dominated so much. I don't like being drawn into conversations like this. You guys know. I avoid them with all my life. I run away from them.
Yeah.
With everything possible or everything within me, I run away from them. But the truth of the matter is that it's a conversation that will be there or has been somewhere within the background, around the background for a while now.
Yeah.
Will I want to say Pep is the greatest? I think I'll run away from saying that. Will I want to say he's better than Sir Alex Ferguson? I think I'll run away from saying that.
Okay.
But will I say that he has dominated the English Premier League during his period? Yes, I will say that.
Okay.
I will say that's the truth. And I think he did it in a much more difficult period than Ferguson actually did. You might say, was it not Liverpool that were his only major contenders at the end of the day? But there was more money in the Premier League now than then.
And then
the smaller clubs could keep hold of their players.
Mm.
I mean, if Tony had no business staying about 3 seasons in Brentford,
True.
Tony would have probably ended up in either United, Chelsea, or Liverpool, or any of the big teams. Or you have players like Jared Bowen still in West Ham till now. You have players you can go on and call their names. Some of the names are not skipping my mind at this point in time, but you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. Someone like Bruno Guimaraes should not be in Newcastle still by now. So I mean, that was the Premier League then. United could just go and cherry pick the best players from anywhere. Teddy Sheringham from Tottenham Hotspurs, Andy Cole, Dwight York. Then you look at the set of 95 and all that, the boys that came through. And he had his peak of options at the end of the day. He almost even signed Alan Shearer. Just decided to move to Tyneside because he's a Newcastle fan. Newcastle fan growing up. So I think it was much more difficult. But some people say Pep spent. Yes. You have to spend to win in football. Everybody spends to win in football. Based on your time, you will spend based on what is attainable at that point in time. Real Madrid are successful, but Real Madrid spent. Barcelona are successful, Barcelona still spent. Let's say it as it is.
They are still in debt to some extent.
Yes. Even if you say Xavi, Iniesta, Busquets, Pedro, the basis of that team was La Masia and also, but you still have to bring money to shore up certain gaps in certain places at the end of the day. So you still have to spend right at the end of the day. And Pep did that throughout his 10 years in Manchester City, and it left him or kept him very, very competitive. I think he's arguably one of the greatest or the second greatest manager to ever grace the Premier League. Arguably even the greatest itself. Well, I'm not going to go into that comparison with Sir Alex Ferguson.
Okay.
I am not going to go into that.
Okay.
I don't want to. I'm not.
Okay. So I thought Ovie was going to be the one to flirt around the question, but it turned out that it was Henry not willing to give a direct answer as to that. But however it is, his answer is very clear. Pep Guardiola is up there, and you could make a case about him being the best ever. It's also worth noting that Sir Alex Ferguson broke the British transfer record 6 times. Let that sink in. He broke the British transfer record 6 times. Not once has Guardiola broken any transfer record other than the signing of Jack Grealish, which at the time was the most expensive player. But yes, we are going to be moving on past Pep Guardiola. There's a lot to talk about as regards City, but we are going to be switching things just very, very quickly because we do have the set to be coronated champions take the field against Crystal Palace over there at Selhurst Park, along with 9 other matches in the Premier League. We did mention that fight for European spots, the battle and the favours that the Cherries will be looking at Liverpool and Manchester City for in terms of going or securing a place in the UEFA Champions League next season. Yes, they could potentially go there, but of course there's still that battle for Europa League. Sunderland host Chelsea, and both teams are still in a contention for the Europa League. They could finish in Europa League spots. And of course, they'll also be hoping that Tottenham does a favour by beating Everton, who are also there to peep one of them to the Europa League spots. There's also the Conference League, one spot for the Conference League still up for grabs. And of course, one of West Ham United or Tottenham Hotspur must leave the Premier League today. It is bye-bye. One of them has to go. So there's no other way around it. Burnley gone, Wolves gone, one must go. One will not be a Premier League side by the start of next season. 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. Let's have you call in and talk to us. Also, you can send your text via SMS or WhatsApp at 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962 as we get set and ready for the champions of England as they receive a guard of honor. It's Gabriel Jesus who wears the captain armband and leads this Ghana side out of the dressing room. But I think at the end of the game, when it's time to crown and coronate the champions, they are going to have that armband passed on to their first team captain, Martin Odegaard, to do the honors of lifting the Premier League trophy. So yes, guard of honor done. Crystal Palace look to set to rotate their team ahead of the conference league final that they do have in 3 days' time. That will be against Rayo Vallecano. What a game to look forward to. Vallecano are a very, very terrific side to play against, and Crystal Palace will be hoping to do battle against them on Wednesday. So they would not want to go full power Arsenal to have a Champions League final in sight. So the champions are out, they are suited and ready to take kick off yet. 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951 as we are about to switch things to Osas, the demigod in the world of sports, and lots of updates from the Nigeria Premier Football League. Yes, I did mention at the start of the European football section that it's all down to the final day. Rivers United, we already have our correspondents over there at the Adoke Amesimaka Stadium ready to give us updates on that Rivers United game. But it is not in their hands. They need a positive result for us, a negative result for Rangers to potentially be crowned champions of the Nigeria Premier Football League for this season. But as I said earlier, you have to do yours first. Get all 3 points. Osas, good afternoon and welcome to the show. Of course, but what is the feeling and the entire atmosphere going to look like when Rivers United line up out there in some few minutes' time?
I think right here it could be peaceful when Rivers United lines up against Castina United. In a couple of minutes, that one is going to be up and running. It's going to be on the road, and it's a simultaneous time of play from all centres today in the Nigerian Premier Football League. So 4 p.m. is the time all centres will be in action. There is nothing like you play your game and you watch out for someone else. So results will just be coming in simultaneously. So as you are watching what's happening at the Adoke Amesimaka Stadium, you also have your ears and one side of your view at what will be happening at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena in Lagos, where Rangers International would be away to Ikorodu City. You also have your eyes in Adamasingba, where Shooting Stars would be doing their business up against Niger Tornadoes, and many other centers you would see at the end of it all. But there's one thing we are hearing right now coming in from the Mobolaji Johnson Arena, or coming in from Lagos, and it's there is a little chaos right there. Though it was expected, we had always been talking about it. We prayed that it did not or should not get to this point where it is right now. And we, though we're yet to verify that report, but what we are getting from some of our guys over there is that there is a little bit of chaos. One thing that is a fact is Rangers International heading to Lagos with 12 luxurious buses filled up with fans. So it's definitely, they are going there not just for football fiesta, but they are going there for a football battle. That's it. But I just plead and advocate that all battles should be won on the turf, kicking the ball, not with any other thing. All battles should be won. See, it's football. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. If Rangers gets to win it, fine. Congratulations to them. They win the Nigerian Premier Football League. If they don't win it also, congratulations to Rivers United. Both teams have fought right from the beginning of the season, even up to till this point. I can tell you for a fact that Rangers International and Rivers United were the most hard-working teams in the Nigerian Premier Football League, because from day one, match day one, you didn't see any of these sides topping the table and holding on to that lead. At some point, Rivers United were nowhere to be found close to the top five, thanks to, or would I say no thanks to, the fact that they had so many outstanding games. They were away from it. Rangers International also at some point were around the fourth, the fifth, but we had the likes of Nasarawa United and Abia Warriors at some point, and Ikorodu City even get to the top of the table. Nasarawa United were there for a pretty long time. They held on to that one in the very first stanza of the league. But the thing is, these two teams are hardworking teams, tinkered by very hardworking managers and very experienced managers in the likes of Fidelis Ilechukwu and Finidi George. Both have won the Nigerian Premier Football League before, with Rangers for Fidelis and with Eyimba Football Club of Aba for Finidi George. They will definitely want to go for a second one. At least that would put the icing on the cake for them in their careers, that they've been able to dominate in the Nigerian Premier Football League. But the truth is, consider yourselves as teams that have done your best. So if it doesn't come to you, just understand that you have done your best. There's no need for the fans to go at each other's jugglers, because that will paint the league in a bad light. But we've got a lot to talk about when it has to do with the Nigerian Premier Football League, so we'll just definitely sink our teeth into it when it all gets on the road.
All right, thank you very much for that one. Very, very in-depth analysis over there from Osas, the demigod in the world of sports. Enugu Rangers away from home, needing to win to secure the Nigeria Premier Football League title. And what do? They bring 12 coaster buses of fans. They are bringing the home atmosphere, although they are playing away from home. Yes, I did forget to give you that lineup for Arsenal away to Crystal Palace. We have Dean Henderson in goal, Nathaniel Klein, Jefferson Lemar, and Riyad at the back line. Munoz, Hughes, Daichi Kamada, and Cardines make up the middle four, while Deveni, Ismail Assar, and Larson all lead the line. Well, for Arsenal, it is everybody rested. Kepa Ariza Balaga starts. Ricardo Calafiori, Pero Hincapie, Christian Mosquera, and Martin Zubimendi at the back four. Miles Lewis Kelly and Christian Nogard make up the double pivots in the middle, while we have Martinelli, Max Dauman, Noni Madueke, and Gabriel Jesus leading the front line for the champions. Yes, a lot of notable names on the bench, but they are only there to celebrate and to be coronated Premier League champions. Yes, it's that time for us to switch things over and to look at what is happening from the games that some are just kicking off and some are about to kick off over there in the Nigeria Premier Football League. But we also have Benjamin Mina joining us in the studio this afternoon or this evening. Yes, Benjamin, you have your eyes on both the NPFL and the Premier League, of course. But for the Premier League, relegation battle. Even before we talk European battle, their fight for European places, relegation battle. One of West Ham or Tottenham must be relegated today. Who stays and who leaves?
Well, good afternoon to you, our lovely listener. Good afternoon to be it's the guys in the studio. It's good to be here. Well, I'm talking about relegation battle. Well, these are I like these two teams. For Tottenham, I like the fact that they've got a manager like Roberto De Zerbi, former Brighton and Hove manager. And then for West Ham, it's a team that I love. Hammers. Come on, you Hammers. I love Hammers. I love the Hammers right from the days of, what's it called now? What's his name? Why? The French international, Payet. You know, I love his flamboyance. You know, how the man can dribble the whole pitch and those skills and all that. Lucas Paqueta. You know, I just don't know. But for me, I think West Ham would have to be relegated today. I think they'll be relegated because Tottenham is 2 points above them. Yeah, and if Tottenham gets a draw today and West Ham loses, then it's done and dusted. So, and Tottenham too have got a superior goal difference. So it's just, that's me talking though, but it's a battle of, ladies and gentlemen, 7 minutes on the clock. Rivers United have taken the lead. This is what you want to see. This is what you want to see. It is heating up there. Yeah, it's cold outside, but Rivers United are blowing hot. You know, going into the last game of the season, they know that if they get to win this one, it is done and dusted. Done and dusted. 7 minutes on the clock. Goal from Rivers United. Now they've scored and they've moved up. They move up the table. Before they were second because of Rangers topping the table there. As a result of Rangers topping the table, Rangers currently playing out a goalless draw there at Ikorodu City Mobolaji Johnson Arena Stadium there in Lagos. And then Rivers United, congratulations to them in advance. But it's still early days. It's still time is still very much young. So, but let's look at it. It's one of those things that maybe this goal could be the decider, or maybe this goal could be the goal that could bring more goals. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I say welcome to the show and a very good evening to you, as it is time for us to sink our teeth into everything that has to do with Nigerian football. And for us to do that, I will definitely want us to change things, as a game changer is right here for us to do exactly what I just said. Yes, it's time for us to know those who are the ones to do it right here in the Nigerian Premier Football League. It's time for us to know those that we call the men with the big heart right here in the Nigerian Premier Football League, as it is match day 38. And match day 38 bringing us the shivers, the thrills, and as well as the amazement. It's going to be 10 centers around the country, Nigeria, as we'll have teams already filed out and doing it right now. And from one center, as reported by Benjamin Mina, the Adokia Messimaka Stadium, Rivers United have taken the lead over Castina United as early as the 5th minute of that particular encounter, and they have moved the pressure over to the Mobolaji Johnson Arena, where Rangers International are currently up against Ikorodu City. It's not over until the final whistle. Definitely, that's what's going to be on the minds of everybody who is a stakeholder in the Nigerian Premier Football League. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome once more to the Nigerian side of things, where we get to talk Nigerian football. It's all about the Nigerian Premier Football League, and then we'll look at our national teams, because great things are happening with our national teams as well as the players of our national teams. You just heard the voice of Benjamin Mina right there, and I've got a lady right here in the house, and she is ready, willing and able, just like Sumto usually says, to give you her undivided analysis coming from that side of the divide. And she is Blessing Thompson. Blessing, a very good evening to you and welcome to the show.
Good evening to you, Saz. Good evening to Benjamin. Good evening to our lovely listeners in the city of Port Harcourt. It is good to be here. It is great to be here to talk about Nigerian football. And like Saz mentioned earlier, this is the last day of the MPFL. Things are hitting up. Rivers United, they say they're not come here to look anybody face. They are ready. They are ready to fight, and they have already showed that they have the ability to do that. They're already leading as it stands now, and every pressure is shifting to Enugu Rangers, and let's see what they can do. It's still a long while. Talking about national football, the way Nigerian players are just getting trophies, winning with their respective clubs, it is so beautiful to see, and sad at the same time that these players that are doing well for their clubs would not be in the biggest footballing stage, that is the FIFA World Cup. Yesterday or Friday, Semi Ajayi gained promotion to the Premier League with his club. We have
Rafa Onyedika also winning the Belgian Pro League.
Yeah, Frank Oyeka also got into the
Promoted.
Premier League with Coventry City. A whole lot is happening with Nigerian players. They are winning here and there. We see the Unity Cup is getting closer and closer. And Eric Shaw brought out the list, and we're looking at the list. Me personally, I was really impressed the way he integrated the local players into that list, and it shows that the man really means business and means well for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Well, welcome to the show, and it promises to be an interesting one.
Definitely, it promises to be an interesting one, ladies and gentlemen. We will definitely be taking you through this amazing ride when it has to do with the Nigerian Premier Football League, and we've got one of us right there at the Adokia Mesimaka Stadium, being Somto Isaac, and we'll be crossing over right there for him to give us what's happening, or tell us exactly what's happening right there from that center. But what we have right now to report to you is that Rivers United have taken the lead over Castina United. The MPFL, the beauty of the Nigerian Premier Football League, it lies in its stubborn refusal to follow script. According to what's happening across Europe and several of the world's elite leagues, champions are often crowned weeks before the season ends, while relegation clubs quietly begin preparing for the life in the lower division before the final whistle. But for the MPFL, it's rarely so, as the MPFL will not offer you that comfort. Instead, it thrives on uncertainty, emotional swing, and relentless unpredictability, quality that have once again defined the 2025-2026 MPFL season, heading into a dramatic final day, which we have on our hands right now. Before that, we had Rangers International sit on top of the table with 65 points, while Rivers United followed suit with 64 points. But according to what we have on the live table right now, Rivers United have gone to 67 points, while Rangers International are on 66 points. Whatever happens, if Rangers takes the lead, definitely they go to 68 and Rivers United returns to second. But for now, it looks like Rivers United are willing and ready to win the Nigerian Premier Football League. So we'll look at each and every one of these games up and running right now, coming from various centers. I'll just run you through the games that are up and running at this moment. And we've got from Kanu, there is Barao FC up there against Nasarawa United. Yes, that's at the Sani Abacha Stadium right there in Kanu. In Yenagoa, it's Bayelsa United taking on Kwara United. In Benin, that's the Samuel Ugbemudia Stadium right there in Benin. Bendel Insurance are up against Remo Stars. Remo Stars needs a positive result from that center to see them escape relegation this season. Eyimba at home to El Kanemi Warriors at the Eyimba International Stadium right there in Aba. Ikorodu City, Enugu Rangers is at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena. We've got Kun Khalifat up against Wiki Tories. Kun Khalifat wanting to survive. Wiki Tories already damned to play in the Nigerian National League for next season. And Niger Tornadoes up against Shooting Stars is another game where we'll have our eyes on. Shooting Stars hope to close in a CAF Confederations Cup slot if they get a victory from that particular one. Plateau United up against Kanu Pillars is another center right there. And Rivers United up against Katsina United right here at the Adokia Mesimaka Stadium is one where we have our attentions right now. Everybody has got their interest right here because it's going to be a celebration galore if Rivers United can clinch the Nigerian Premier Football League for a second time in quick succession. And over there in Warri, it's Abia Warriors who have taken the lead against Warri Wolves, who are their hosts. 12 minutes of play and the lead is with Abia Warriors. All right, a quick look into the English Premier League as games are already up and running simultaneously with the Nigerian Premier Football League. I'll just run you through how it stands right there. Brighton and Hove Albion up against Manchester United is goalless, 13 minutes of play. Wolverhampton Wanderers have taken the lead over Burnley, 1-0. It is in favour of Wolverhampton Wanderers as they lead Burnley. Crystal Palace up against Arsenal is goalless. Fulham up against Newcastle United at the Craven Cottage is goalless. Liverpool at Anfield up against Brentford is goalless. Manchester City up against Aston Villa goalless also. Nottingham Forest are up against Bournemouth and it's goalless from that centre. Sunderland, Chelsea goalless. Tottenham Hotspur, Everton goalless, and West Ham United, Leeds United goalless as well. We'll keep you posted with all coming from these various centres as we continue to unveil the happenings from the various teams right there at the various stadiums, and it's a huge one right here in the Nigerian Premier Football League, and it's quite clear that we are in for business this day. I'll start with you, Benjamin. We had reports of certain chaos in various centers. Yeah, we'll still have somebody from the Mobolaji Johnson Arena. She will definitely join us on the show and give us a clear insight on what's happening over there. But one thing, as I said, for a fact, is Rangers International going over to Lagos. That was, I think they left yesterday with 12 luxurious buses, meaning Rangers are in for business. They are not here to gamble with their chance of winning the Nigerian Premier Football League. But it doesn't look good right now for Rangers. But you see a possibility that Rangers could come back on this particular one?
Well, this is football. It's something that nobody writes the script, but it plays out, and that is what we've seen over the years. But again, Rangers against Ikorodu City, the chaos there, we've seen it. We know it's something that is expected. Well, we didn't expect a cool game. Definitely, we've seen this in Europe where fans trouble, but as long as nobody was injured, but it was alleged that there was somebody, not really a bruise, but it's part of football as long as it doesn't escalate more than this. But for Rangers, matters on the pitch. I feel that it is going to be a cagey encounter. The Rangers, they know themselves. They won the league before. Ikorodu City, new boys, kid on the block. They want to make the continental slot. They want to make it. They want to see if they can be the ones that could better the fortunes of Nigeria on the continent. So I feel that at the end of the day, it's something that anybody that wins that will just do that on a close margin. But I see Ikorodu City doing that because of the way they've played so far since last season. They've carried themselves into this season. Last season, they narrowly lost it out to the continental slot to Abia Warriors, and Abia Warriors winning away from home. It shows that it was a well-deserved one from Abia Warriors last season. They picked up very late Abia Warriors and then snatched the ticket, the last Confederations Cup ticket from Ikorodu City. One of the tickets rather. So I feel that this season Ikorodu City would want to correct that mistake of last season and then qualify for the Continental. So for me, I give it to Ikorodu City a slim margin, maybe 2-1 or 3-2.
All right, Ikorodu City winning this one with Rangers International. That's exactly what Benjamin Mina said there. For Ikorodu City, if they do win it, they will be guaranteed of getting the only CAF Confederations Cup slot coming from the Nigerian Premier Football League. That is if also we have Shooting Stars. If they drop points, then Ikorodu City would hold on to that particular one right there. And not just qualifying, they would have a $100,000 preparation bonus from CAF for next year's competition. That money will definitely do something really good. It's a huge incentive for Bright Ozagbagbe's side. Talking about Ikorodu City, they must find a way to do it. They've got influential players. Captain Tosin Oyedokun is part of that one. Goalkeeper Michael Atata is also there. One goalkeeper at one point that had the balls so much around him that it got to the ears of Super Eagles coach Eric Chell, saying, give this young man a chance. He could do it really good. For Rangers, they are on a mission for their 9th MPFL title. If they win this one, then they will be equal on the number of titles won with Eyimba Football Club of Aba. Currently, Eyimba sits on top of the most titles won in the Nigerian Premier Football League. So if Rangers can get this one done later or currently right now by the end of the game, then they could be on the same level or at par with with Eyimba Football Club of Aba. So Ikorodu City, 4 years in the league, barely 4 years in the league, and you can see them doing what even those who have been in the league for decades have not been able to do. What do you attribute this to, Benjamin?
Well, I think it's continuity. First is continuity. Second is consistency. You know, if you're good at what you're doing and you keep doing what you're doing, definitely you're going to reap the fruits of what you're doing, the good thing you're doing. So for Ikorodu City, we've seen that woof. What a free kick that was from Dominic Soboslai. He hits the edge of the bar and got back. Musala pounced on the rebounds, but ball went over the bar. Osas taken. It was even Musala, because both of them practiced free kick last in the what's it called, in the training session, and that was it.
So Musala is just simply showing to you all what Liverpool will be missing from next season.
Definitely, whether I like it or not, Liverpool fans are going to miss. There are some opportunities I look at and say, if it was Musala, he should have converted that one. That's what it is. But Osas not taken away from anything. The Premier League, Fulham has just taken the lead against Newcastle United. 20 minutes on the clock. Remember, it's a goal rush and the final game of the season in the English Premier League. So back to what we were saying. For me, I think Ikorodu City, they've had consistency since the sack of their manager last season. Was it early last season? Was it last season?
Nuruddin Awero.
Yes, Nuruddin. Yeah, and then they picked up from there. They've had lots.
But
of
he has also
success
picked
from
up
there.
at Shooting Stars.
Yes, he has picked up. So sometimes you have to change your environment and see if things are going to get better, and that's what Nuruddin have done. And same with Ikorodu City, they moved on, and it's a better love story for themselves. Two of them chasing the continental slot, there. So for Ikorodu City, consistency is one thing. It is showing that a privately owned club can actually thrive in Nigeria if you put your house right and do your things right. You can see their gates fees, their match day tickets, you see their match day hospitality. It is awesome. So I feel that when you're doing something good, you can actually reap something good out of it, and that's what the Ikorodu City are doing. I wouldn't be surprised in let's say next season or 2 seasons from now they get to compete for the MPFL title. It is what it is. We wouldn't be surprised because they're doing something right. Playing in terms of their playing standard, they're playing very well. They are scoring more goals. They are attacking. They are not a defensive side, so I wouldn't be surprised if they are going for the title next season or in 2 seasons to come.
All right, going for the title next season or in, call that 2 seasons to come. That's what Benjamin Mina is saying for Ikorodu City. Yeah, it could be a possibility because we've seen the growth. We also saw it in Remo Stars at some point when they came into the league. They were also in and around the corner of winning the Nigerian Premier Football League. If they didn't get up in second, they would maybe finish in third, and finally they were able to win the league. But the story isn't pretty cool, as it's looking like Remo Stars might be going on relegation, depending on what happens from their center, as they are currently up against Bendel Insurance at the Samuel Ugbemudia Stadium right there in Benin City. Ladies and gentlemen, remember you can share your thoughts with us via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, which is doubled at 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. Yes, that's for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. For the phone line, it is 0810 951 0951. Again, it is 0810 951 0951. We'll throw open the phone line to take your reaction based on what we are talking about right here on the show. You can also get to view everything happening right here in the studio via our YouTube channel, which is at Today95.1fm. So you can go over to YouTube and search for the channel, and you can be part of the conversation right here. In a couple of minutes, we would be traveling over to the Adokie Amesimaka Stadium, where we have Somto Isaac. He will be reporting to us exactly what's happening right there from the Adokia Amesimaka Stadium, as Rivers United are currently up against Castina United. Hello, Somto.
Hi, Osas, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. I know you're in high spirit there already. Rivers United are leading Castina United by a goal to nil.
Yeah.
All right, take us through it. How did it all happen?
It's quite an interesting game here. Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can hear you clearly. Take us through exactly how it happened.
It's quite an interesting game here, and the Rivers United team already have this, and it's interesting. It's quite impressive to see a little bit of the turnout. Yes, it's not a full capacity here,
All right.
But then at the end of the day, we're excited that at least a good number of people have come out to turn up at the stadium. In case you don't have the team sheet, before I tell you every other thing, let me just give that to you.
All right, go on.
The starters for Rivers United, Osage Odumeya, there's Ebuka Akobundu, there's Taiwo Abdurafiu, there's Duke Simaga, there's Stephen Mayu, there's Temple Emeka, there's Ahikim Milton, there's Chijoke Mbwama, there's Wasiu Falulu, there's Taufik Otani, and Wisdom Samuel.
Right.
These are the starters for Rivers United. And for the subs, John Noble is on the bench, Friday Ubong is on the bench, Yo Douglas is on the bench, Handsome Sobeyo is also on the bench, Sylvester Bell is also on the bench, Bello Babatunde is on the bench, Boluwaji David, Obi Samson, and Zachariah Timothy. And I could just tell you that Rivers United did take the lead from the penalty spot. It was a penalty. Who was the goal scorer for the goal. And Rivers United are coming forward again. As I could tell you right now, on the left-hand side, it's being gathered safely by the Katsina United goalkeeper. So Rivers United have been the dominating side in this one. Katsina United failing to get any sort of control in the game. Rivers United have been able to control the game. But the only thing that has been the disparity in this is just the fact that the pitch is a bit waterlogged. And this is no thanks to the downpour which we had in the States today. So it's been going well for Rivers United. All things equal, right now as it stands, Rivers United will be crowned champions of the NPFL because it's still goalless in Lagos. But right now, it's been all Rivers United. Katsina United have been in their own half for large parts of this game.
All right.
And yeah, as the updates do come, I will definitely fill out more of these updates over and over.
All right. Quickly before you leave, Sumto, let me also ask you, how do you see the tactical setup coming from coach of Rivers United, Finidi George? How did he tinker the team coming out? Is it an offensive approach, or do you think he's trying to be conservative? Now he has got the goal. How is it going through? Is it going to be conservative, or maybe go out there for more goals to solidify his position at this point? Hello, Sumto. Are you with us? Okay, I think we lost him right there, but definitely we would be getting in touch with Sumto to keep us abreast with everything happening right there at the Adokia Mesimaka Stadium between Rivers United and Castina United. So again, it is Rivers United leading Castina United by a 1-0. All right, we've got Sumto returning back. Hello, Sumto. Hello. I think the network is probably not our friend at this point. Let's see if we can continue to establish connections with Sumto right there at the Adokie Mesimaka Stadium. I would really want to know how Finidi George has tinkered that team, how he has structured that team into this particular encounter. We want to know exactly how it is right there. Sumto is on ground and will definitely be updating us with everything coming from that particular center. It still remains 1-0 in favor of Rivers United up against Casina United, while at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena, it's goalless between Rangers International and Ikorodu City. The way it is right now, Rivers United sits on top of the table and Rangers are in second place. We would also look at other things or other areas. We've got Aimba Football Club of Aba up against El Kanemi Warriors, and in that particular center, Aimba are hoping that they would escape relegation. Yes, they were probably safe, not really safe. They were out of the relegation zone going into this particular encounter, but a victory for Eimba would ensure that they escape relegation. And Eimba are currently leading by 1-0. Benjamin, let me come to you, Blessing. Eimba leading by 1-0. An impressive way to end the season. How do you see this for Eimba? Is it a season well spent? Or you can actually say, fine, we could celebrate with the fact that you did not go on relegation.
Yeah, Moses, I think the only thing Eimba will be holding on to right now is the fact that they did not go on relegation, because I mean they are 9-time champions of the Nigerian Premier Football League. This is definitely not a kind of record they want to be keeping. This is definitely not a kind of, but they are 10th place right now. They are not going for any continental sports, not the Champions League, no continental sports this season. The only thing they can bank on, the only thing they can hold on right now is the fact that they are not going on relegation. We have seen Eimba this season. They have not really been strong. They have been shaky. They have been shaky, and you can see it from the results, the way they have been going and everything. Right now, ending 10th position is definitely not the place they wanted to be, based on their pedigree and their history in the Nigerian Premier Football League. But what they can...
Sorry, bless. Let me break it. Rangers have just taken the lead against Ikorodu
It goes
City.
down to the wires. Definitely, it goes down to the wires there. Rangers International taking the lead over Ikorodu City. They have just leapfrogged Rivers United back to the top of the table. So it's going to be a fight for both teams. Who is going to assist them? Could Ikorodu City assist Rivers United by getting the equalizer against Rangers International? Or could Katsina United also damn whatever is expected or is being expected by Rivers United by getting an equalizer and thereby assisting Rangers International? So it's 1-0 in favor of Rangers International right there at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena up against Ikorodu City. 1-0 in favor of Rivers United right here at the Adokie Amesimaka Stadium. The goal has been chopped off.
It has been chopped
off.
It has been chopped off.
Definitely,
the referee has just corrected it. Offside that goal was. So it has been chopped off. So Rivers United still on top of the table.
Okay, Rivers United still on top of the table. A goal chopped off there for Rangers International. So all of this is telling you that it's going down to the wires. It's going down to the final points. It's never say never. It's not over until finally the referee decides to end this particular one. That's to tell you that Rangers International are fighting tooth and nail over there in Lagos to make sure that they take the lead over Ikorodu City. It's a one-off. It's a chance you can not just let slide on at this point for both sides. Who says Rangers International cannot get an away victory? Obviously, they can get an away victory. They just showed you that they can take the lead right there in Lagos. Back to you, Blessing, on your thoughts.
Yes, I was talking about Enyimba United, and I was saying Enyimba have not done enough this season. They have not done enough based on their pedigree and history in the Nigerian Premier Football League. But at least they escaped relegation. If they win this match on the final day, it is not going to be it's not going to erase all they have done this season, but at least it will be a consolation for the fans. They were not on relegation. They did not go on relegation, and then maybe they can come back next
All right, just
season.
to hold your thoughts there, guys, we've got Chinatu John, a sports journalist right there in Abia State. He joins us right now to give to us exactly what is happening coming from the Enyimba International Stadium right there in Aba. Chinatu John, good afternoon to you, or good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening to you.
You're currently in the stadium and from yes, good evening from Port Harcourt also. You're currently in the stadium and we hear that Enyimba Football Club of Aba have taken the lead over El Kanemi Warriors. Can you take us through what's happening right there?
Well, they've been knocking on the door and eventually it was Enyimba to get the opener for Enyimba. And well, with that, the fans are currently relaxed, though they're still pushing there for I can remember that not just lay low, they also had to the fire and then kept pushing and knocking. Just almost got a goal themselves there, but had to miss the post by inches. Not the same. It's been a thing of affair. Both sides testing each other. Because the race started before the kickoff and the people put us a bit waterlogged, but now it's getting better and the ball is moving better. Both teams are actually fighting at Sellers Neck because the match is so important to both teams. Enyimba needs a win to be sure of safety, while Academy Warriors, a draw will be good for them, but at this point, Enyimba are safer than Academy Warriors, and you can see in the boys, they are all pushing and hoping to maybe get some out of this game.
All right. John, Chinatu, what's the chemistry over there? Looking at the entire atmosphere over there? I know that Enyimba supporters are not going to be happy to see that Enyimba is struggling to survive relegation. But with this and the lead they have over El Kanemi Warriors, how excited would they be to remain in the Nigerian Premier Football League ahead of next season?
Well, Enyimba fans can be likened to the Oliver Twist of Nigerian football. They don't want just bare minimum. They want a lot. They want a lot of things, and they're disappointed with their side. They're not happy that the team is fighting relegation after winning the license some 3 years ago. It is not where Enyimba fans want to be at this point. But sad thing, they are there, and the good thing is that the fans are trying to charge that atmosphere. You can see that look at the stand will show that it's not a full house per se, despite the gates being thrown open. It's not a full house, but all the same, people actually have come around because there's three sets of fans trying to cheer the team up. And with this one goal lead, maybe just maybe Aimba can fancy the chances of qualifying. But the survival is one thing the fans want. At this point, they feel everything is not safe because they feel 1-0 is not a lead. And just one goal from Academy Warriors, and it could turn the tide around right there. But all the same, it's Aimba still leading. It's the first half, and that means they have a lot of time to really plan on how to extend the lead or maybe hold on to the lead themselves. And the sky is not also being friendly because it seems it might rain again. And that also could see the gates, but along that they'll probably halt the game at the halftime.
All right, thank you so much, Achina, to John, for that report coming in from the Aimba International Stadium. We'll definitely get back to you as we continue to see events unfold right there in Aba.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. All right, all the way from Aba is Aimba Football Club of Aba up against El Kanemi Warriors, and they lead. And we have Somto returning back, maybe to give us what's happening right there at the Adokia Mesimaka Stadium. Somto.
Hi, Osas. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, better. I don't know. No thanks to network constraints. I was not able to get connection back to you anymore.
All right. We just came in from the Aimba International Stadium right there in Aba as we had the reports coming from there. Aimba leads by 1-0 against El Kanemi Warriors. But not to worry, that doesn't have anything to do with Rivers United. We are concentrating on Rivers United right now. Before we left, I was asking how is the tactical approach coming from Finidi George? Is he being conservative, or he has got the lead over Katsina United, but at this point it's not going to make much of it because over there at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena, Rangers International are leading Ikorodu City. We had the goal under review. It was chopped off, but later on was given to Rangers International. So Rangers lead in Lagos over Ikorodu City, and because of that, definitely they are returning back to the top of the table. Rivers United were on top of the table in a few minutes, or for a few minutes, and right now Rangers have returned back to the top of the table. But what's the approach of Rivers United right there at the Adokia Mesimaka Stadium? Is it an offensive approach or a conservative approach coming from Finidi George?
Osas, I can tell you that offensive approach. We've had the two big men up. We've had Joke Mboma wearing the jersey number 26 and Wasiu Falolu, or you can also call that Taufik Otani. The two men have been, and their shouts for a penalty, and I know you could hear the exclaims from the crowd. Their shouts for a penalty, but it fell on deaf ears because the center referee said no. He's talking about the man known as Taufik Otani to get back up on his feet. But what I was saying that makes this an offensive approach, because it's Chidoke Mboma who leads the line alongside Taufik Otani. These two men, you can simply see that Rivers United are playing somewhat a 4-2-4 formation. The two midfielders were dropping deep into the center circle, and then the two attackers, talking about Mboma and Taufik Otani, playing much more central attacking roles. And on the left hand side, you have the man wearing the jersey number 24 known as Wasiu Falolu, and on the right hand side you have the man Anekeme Okon as the right winger in this one. Anekeme Okon, much more of his tactical approach in this game is to hug the touchline on the right hand side, provide more width so that the two centre forwards can do their job going forward. But then you have the man Juko Shimaga playing the defensive midfield role. Maybe you can call him Kante there, but he's been playing the defensive midfield role. But slightly ahead of him, is the man known as Wisdom Samuel. He's been playing a little bit more ahead of him. So the approach from Rivers United today has been attacking. The approach from Rivers United has been a little bit more attacking in this one. That's why I said Katsina United have been restricted to playing more in their own half. Yes, the intensity has dropped off from Rivers United. I'm sure the players right now might not have heard that Enugu Rangers are leading, but it's all good as long as they can just do their own end, fulfill their own end of the bargain. It's all that matters. Let's just keep probing. Let's just keep pushing, seeing how we can get our own result here. And then maybe fortune can favor the brave, and the Enugu Rangers might concede a goal against the City. But the news filtered in here. A lot of people thought that it was Rangers who were pegged back. A lot of people thought Rangers were pegged back. And a lot of people were celebrating. They were actually celebrating. And I think the celebration now stemmed from that the fact that they cancelled the goal. But hey, A lot of people are now in despair that Rangers are taking the lead against Ikorodu City, but it's still happening here at the Adokia Mesmaka Stadium. More and more numbers are still trooping into the stadium. Obviously, appreciation to the governor of the state, Sinan Ifubara, who made this game free for, you can say, members of the states to come and attend this game. But as it stands, Rivers United still lead by a goal to nothing. The approach has maybe dropped off a bit. You can blame that on fatigue as the game does progress. But right now, fulfill our own end of the bargain and hope that fortune favors the brave at Lagos.
All right, Somto, we also had the bit of reports coming in from the Mobolaji Johnson Arena that there was a bit of a chaos, an early chaos before the start of that particular encounter. Most likely expected because of the high stake in that particular encounter. But for the Adokia Mesimaka Stadium, what's the mindset? What's the temperature of the tense nature right there at the Adokia Mesimaka Stadium, talking about the fans?
I would say it's more of positivity. I don't sense any tension here. Fans are in high spirits. People are obviously cheering the team on this club on one part of the stadium, the band on one part of the stadium. And credit to the fact that security is quite high also in the stadium. But we are quite pleased at how people are still supporting. Like I said, it's positivity all around. I sense here. I don't sense any bit of tension. The Rivers United team still coming forward now, ball into the penalty area. This could be the goal run.
Whoa!
And it seemed like I was giving a bit of live commentary there, but Chidokema almost doubled Rivers United lead in this one. It was the cross from the left-hand side. The Katsina United could not properly clear their lines. And at the end of the day, the ball ricocheted and fell just on the edge of the 6-yard area to Chijoke Umbama. His left-footed effort was rather much scuffed and it sailed wide to the left-hand side of the goalkeeper. So Rivers United is still coming forward. Like I said, we are observing sort of a 4-2-4 system. Oshimaga just maintains the holding midfield role while the danger is going forward for the side. Talking about the man wearing the jersey number 24 was Yupalulu. There's also Taufik Otani, Chijoke Umbama going forward. And then you can also talk about Aniki Mokon, who hogs on the right-hand side. And he's dazzling on the pitch right now as he's trying to send a cross into the area. But yeah, this is the state of things right now at the Mesimaka Stadium.
All right. Good one there coming from you, Somto, right there at the Adokia Mesimaka Stadium. We'll definitely cross down to that point again to get unfoldings coming from there, events and activities coming from there as Somto Isaac is on ground to report to us everything happening from that particular stadium. And Benjamin, you had something to say.
Yeah, I was trying to tell you that Eyimba International have doubled their lead 2-0. They're away from at home there. And then Abia Warriors, Warri Wolves have just pegged them back. 1-1 it is in that encounter so far.
All right, 1-1 it is at the, would that be the Ozoro Stadium right there in Delta State as Warri Wolves have been able to draw one back. They went down to Abia Warriors earlier on, but now it's 1-1 it is. And for Eyimba, 2-0. They are leading El Kanemi Warriors right there in Aba. What a way for Eyimba to escape relegation. No one expected Eyimba to escape relegation this season. It looked like they were going to get relegated, but good enough, they've been able to escape relegation. Kun Khalifat up against Wiki Tourist is another one where we'll have our eyes on. I don't know if you have your eyes on that one, Blessing, as it stands right now. Kun Khalifat, if they escape relegation this season, what can you say of their chi, of their god?
Their God strong. Waiting then they do is strong. But Kun Khalifat coming into the Nigerian Premier Football League this season, they have been I would say a little bit troublesome for the other teams that had already been in the Nigerian Premier Football League. They did not come in like a normal newly promoted side. They were not that strong, but they came in with fire. If they miraculously survive and they are not relegated this season, I think they would come back better. But it is football, we can never tell. But from my side, the way they have performed this season, the way they have been trying to gather results this season, is going to be a better year for them next season. They have gained a little bit of experience. They have gathered a little ground and experience majorly. It is just to go on next season and then see how far they can go. But that experience would definitely take them far.
All right, the experience will take them very far. I believe that the likes of Inter Lagos, Sporting Lagos would also have their ears. The likes of Ranchers B will also have their ears very close to what Blessing Thompson has said right here, because the experience is very important coming into the Nigerian Premier Football League. And these days, Benjamin, we've seen teams come into the Nigerian Premier Football League from the NNL and hold their own. It's no longer like how it used to be, where you come and we expect that you go back at the end of the season. These days, they come and they stay strong right here in the Nigerian Premier Football League. You see the likes of Ikorodu City came in, stayed strong. Likes of Kun Khalifat came in, didn't really start well. They had their complaints at the beginning of the season about financial issues as well as logistic issues. But amongst all of that, I was so surprised to see that Kun Khalifat are having a clearer chance of escaping relegation at the end of this season. With the competitiveness that we've seen in the Nigerian Premier Football League this season, what are you expecting from next season?
Well, next season I expect Ikorodu City to actually go on and fight, challenge for the title, because the way they've played so far, it's not as though we are hyping them, but it's based on what we've seen in the past 2 seasons. So I feel that they should be challenging for the league titles next season, or maybe win something. Yeah, it's just the league title. They should challenge for that, or maybe win the Confederations. Go find the Confederations Cup.
All right. We want to take a stroll right now to the Mobolaji Johnson Arena, where we've got Ezine Oti. She used to be part of us right here, and she's right there at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena to give us reports coming from that game between Ikorodu City and Rangers International. Zini, very, very good evening to you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mosas. Good evening to everyone. Yes, entire city of Port Harcourt.
Yes, good to hear your voice from this side of the divide again.
Yes, you said used to be once first love, always the first love.
Yeah, you can say that again. Zini, what's happening right there at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena? We have reports that Rangers International have taken the lead over Ikorodu City. What's the complexion of the game right there? Is it Ikorodu City chasing to make sure that they get back on this one, get back on track? Or do you think it's Rangers taking the lead and sitting back to hold on to that lead and maybe win the Nigerian Premier Football League at the end of this particular encounter?
Okay, Osas, I tell you, it's been an end-to-end encounter, because I'm just getting to studio to the office, to the stadium. My dear, I'm leaving the studio to the stadium. Yeah, so it's first off, it's chaotic.
All right.
Because we know the level of importance this game is to both sides. One wants to win the title, the other is looking for a continental slot. Let's not forget that Ikorodu City came close last season, and this season they are trying not to be the nearly team once more when it has to do with the ticket. So first off, I got to hear that the goal that Rangers scored was due to a defensive error from one of the defenders, but I have not seen the goal. I have not seen a clip. But then they say a goal is a goal, which is what matters most to Rangers.
Obviously.
And they are not even sitting deep to just defend. Rangers is also coming out to attack, but then they know that priority is to make sure that the lead doesn't slip from their hands. And they also have the support of a massive fan base here in Lagos.
Okay.
Although we still have some people that are outside.
We heard. Sorry, Zeni. We heard that Rangers International mobilized 12 luxurious buses to move fans from Enugu to Lagos.
Yes, I saw some when I was coming to work, but I did not count up to 12. But you know those types that would carry almost 100 in one
in one
that's
sitting,
the kind of buses that it is. But then I don't know if they plan for them, because when you are watching games in Lagos, you have to buy tickets.
All right.
Yes, you don't watch for free. It's not like
yes. Say it. Yes, we'll take it with our full chest. We'll take it with our full chest.
You are looking for free for the gates to be open. You have to buy tickets. So a lot of fans too are outside. I don't know. I think most of us people that had to enter had to show their ticket, either a physical ticket or an e-ticket. To come into. So that's the. But then in the stadium, there are lots of Rangers fans as well as the home team. So I think it's one strong thing for Rangers, the massive home support, to see the fans cheering them, to push forward for Ikorodu City as a home team. Definitely when you are training in the game, that ginger, the momentum needed, the sort of sleeping. But then anything can still happen. Still very open in the first half.
All right, still very open in the first half. Zini, let me come in at this point. See, it's one thing for Ikorodu City to get a victory right here, because getting a victory right here will have them seal the CAF Confederations Cup slot coming from the Nigerian Premier Football League.
If Shooting Stars.
That's if Shooting Stars, yes, gets to drop points. Yeah. So now, with this, okay, with this result as it is right now, if they fail to get a victory, and probably Shooting Stars also fails to get a victory, meaning they lose out on the ticket, not just by Shooting Stars having a superior point advantage, but also because they let it slip through their hands. Do you think that the Ikorodu City supporters would be happy and satisfied with how far their team has gone this season, owing to the fact that they are pretty young in the MPFL, just their third season in the Nigerian Premier Football League?
Okay, it's going to be a mix of two feelings. One will be of pride. Let's not forget that this was a club formed in 2022. And they qualified to the NPFL. First season, they finished fourth. And this season, even if they don't get to the continent, they will finish likely. So that shows progress for a team that just came to the league.
All right.
But then another mixed feeling for the fans is that it looks too close, especially when you're at home. You know you have the support of the fans to win the game, and then let it slip. Let's not forget that last time Rangers came here, they also defeated. They also got points here. So this is going to be a
Zini, just hold on. Let me break it to you, Zini. Niger Tornadoes are leading Shooting Stars currently. Niger Tornadoes are leading Shooting Stars currently, right there in Mina. So with that means Ikorodu City has to fight to equalize against Enugu Rangers to have a chance.
Yes, definitely. Still advantage Shooting Stars based on the result, because right on the scoreline, presently it's halftime break here at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena.
All right.
But then as it stands, Shooting Stars are still third on the log.
All right.
So something has to change, which has to be one of the teams needs to score.
Okay.
For Shooting, it's not easy. They are playing the Niger Tornadoes that are making sure they don't get relegated. But if Tornadoes lose this today, they might also go down to the NNL. So everything is at stake at both centers. But here in Lagos, Rangers leading by a goal to nil.
All right. That's a great one there coming from you, Zini. Thank you so much for standing by. We'll definitely get back to you when the second half of this encounter returns.
Yeah, my regards to Henry.
All right. Please take care of yourself, because we hear a lot happening from there. All right, Zini. Okay. All right, moving over to the Adokia Mesimaka Stadium, we have Somto Isaac on ground. Somto, is it halftime right there at the Adokia Mesimaka Stadium?
Yes. Also, presently it's halftime at the stadium, and we are hoping that at least a miracle in Lagos.
Talking about a miracle in Lagos. Somto, talking about a miracle in Lagos. The miracle happened in Lagos, but the miracle did not happen in favor of Ikorodu City. The miracle happened in favor of Rangers International, because it was a defensive error, according to Ezine Oti, who is right there at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena. She stated that it was a defensive error from the Ikorodu City defender that gifted Rangers International the opportunity to take the lead right there at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena, and it could go all the way to be the only goal that will separate these sides later on at the end of the game. But go ahead with your thoughts.
Yes, it could be that could be the decider. We talk about fine margins in the world of football, and right now the fine margins is not going reverse United way. But we are doing our job. We're keeping it professional, keeping it simple. We're keeping it as smooth as we can do it.
All
right. But right now it's halftime. The players are putting a very good effort as they head back into the dressing room. I'm sure while they're in the dressing room, they will now be well aware of the score as it's going down in Lagos. But then the focus remains the same. The patience, the energy, the passion, the professionalism that we need to keep on putting in this game. But like I told you, it's been a very good attacking approach from the side. You can definitely see he wasn't holding back in this one. I told you the two big men up front, talking about Taufik and Mbama, and also you have Okun from the right hand side and Wisdom Samuel from the left hand side. So they've been probing, they've been pushing. Oshimaga now holds that defensive position. So times when Wasiu has to look forward, it's almost like Rivers United attacks with five.
All right.
In cases like we attack with five. So it's been all attacking. Katsina United, obviously, nothing to really play for at this point in time. Rivers United are the team who's going to keep pushing and pressing for them to get all 3 points in this one. Hopefully, that 3 points is the 3 points that could secure the title for them in this one. So, like I said, the stadium is full to the brim, and this is something I also need to talk about. I'm sure a lot of people in some of the Nigerian football groups, even some of the journalistic groups, there's been comments about why is the stadium in Rivers State not even full? Why? And this is something that we might need to appeal for proximity. A lot of people getting there, it's not been easy for them. So we can understand why a lot of people are asking the question of proximity. But hopefully, the stadium in town is being worked on, and at the end of the day, we might be moving there very, very, very soon. But then, like I said, the stadium still has hundreds of people are here, hundreds of people. Even if you can't count up to 15,000, 10,000, but hundreds of people are here. Even the families of the players are here. I can see people in their jerseys and in their numbers coming to try.
All right, Santo, a big
with
one
these
there.
numbers that are very sure.
All right.
At least at the end of the day, we can secure everything down for the side.
All right. Hopefully, we get to see the second half in favor of Rivers United. And when I say in favor of Rivers United, Ikorodu City getting a goal there to peg back Rangers International, and maybe Rivers United extending their lead in the second half of this encounter. But we'll get back to you right there at the Adokia Mesimaka Stadium as we continue to give live reports of these games from the various centers in the last match day of the Nigerian Premier Football League. Thank you so much, Somto. We'll get back to you.
All right, cheers, us. I'll get back to you.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's halftime across all centers right there in the Nigerian Premier Football League as results coming in from all the centers in Kano State, being the Sani Abacha Stadium, is Barao FC leading Nasarawa United by a goal to nil, and Bayelsa United are playing out a goalless draw with Kwara United from the Samson Siasia Stadium right here in Yanagwa. In the Bendel Insurance, yes, that's in the Samuel Gbemudia Stadium in Benin City, is Remo Stars, who are leading Bendel Insurance by a goal to nil. Remo Stars doesn't want to go on relegation. They want to survive. Yes, everybody wants to survive at this point. So it's halftime from that center at the Eyimba International Stadium in Aba. It's Eyimba leading El Kanemi Warriors by 2 goals to nil. Ikorodu City are trailing Enugu Rangers by 1 goal to nil at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena in Lagos. Niger Tornadoes lead Shooting Stars by 1 goal to nil right there in Mina. Plateau United are playing out a goalless draw with Kanu Pillars. It's halftime at that center. Rivers United, Katsina United halftime, and Rivers United lead by a goal to nil, while at the Warri Wolves Center in Delta State, it is 1-1 between Warri Wolves FC and Abia Warriors. Has this given you the thrill that you came here for, Benjamin?
Definitely. It's what we are seeing on the MPFL. What's happening there in the games in the MPFL. We've seen Rangers against all odds away from home taking a lead there. And see, this is in games like this, you don't need many opportunities. What you need is get one opportunity, bury it, and that's it. And that's what Rangers have done. They capitalize on a defensive error. They've taken the lead, and that's what matters.
All right, let's quickly hear from Chinatu John right there in the Eyimba International Stadium in Aba. Chinatu John, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, it should be halftime. It should be halftime there.
I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you. I can hear you clearly.
And then you might leading 2 goals to nothing.
All right.
The brace from Kadipa was enough for them to be comfortable at the but that's not the comfort there.
All right. Sorry to cut you, Chinatu. Okay. You said 3 goals to nothing.
No, 2.
Okay, 2 goals to nothing.
The brace from Kadipa, yeah, just 0.
All right. Go on, please.
I said that the brace was enough for them to move. Currently, they are now moving. They are in the top half of the table. If things end the way it is right now, we know it's the halfway mark for all the matches there. But the fans are relatively excited.
All right.
They all gathered attendance so that team not getting indicated here in Aba.
All right, so but the way you see it, Chinatu, is it done and dusted? Is the second half just going to be a mere formality for Eyimba, or are you expecting a turnaround of events right there when El Kanemi Warriors returns to the turf in the second half?
Well, all the same, it might just be it is not done because El Kanemi themselves might be searching for probably and therefore like 2 goals because. They take a point right here in our back, they'll be safe. So they might be looking at let's see if I get back to the game. I'm going to go to the coach of the Warriors. It's not because they have a figure on the sideline. I want to do anything possible to make sure that he still doesn't get relegated. So let's just wait for them. I don't think they're going to just lie low. They are
All right.
precariously, and it's not favorable for them yet. They do not save yet, it's not favorable. So they're going to make sure that at least they do their own pass right here. So
All
I
right.
don't think they're going to lie low for anyone.
Okay. All right, Chinatu, you still be on the standby. I will definitely return back to you in the second half to get proceedings coming from the game between Ayimba Football Club of Aba and El Kanemi Warriors.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much to you also. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me throw open the phone line right now at this point to take your reaction. You've heard all happening from quite some centers right there in the Nigerian Premier Football League. And the results also we have brought to you as is halftime across all centers right there in the Nigerian Premier Football League match day 38. And with what we have right now, and Rangers International leading Ikorodu City far away there in Lagos, it's Rangers sitting on top of the table and might be running away. Winners of the Nigerian Premier Football League this season. Yes, a league where we have two trophies. One is in Lagos right now, and the other one is in Rivers State. Anybody that wins, carry your trophy and go. That's what it is right now in the Nigerian Premier Football League. So the celebration is not going to be cut short. The celebration will definitely continue immediately after the games come to an end. So you can share your thoughts with us right now. Do you think that Rivers United would get back in the second half and get on top of it all, courtesy of maybe Ikorodu City pulling one back there against Rangers International? Or do you think that, fine, this is the way it's going to be? Rangers winning the Nigerian Premier Football League for the 2025-2026 season, and the battle for who gets that one CAF Confederations Cup slot coming from the NPFL between Ikorodu City and Shooting Stars. Who would it be? Shooting Stars are currently trading Niger Tornadoes by 1-0 right there in Mina, but they have a better goal difference ahead of Ikorodu City. Ikorodu City would need to equalize to unseat Shooting Stars at this point. That is, if they equalize, they would now have to unseat Shooting Stars at this point in the Nigerian Premier Football League. The relegation battle is also there. Kanu Pillars, El Kanemi Warriors, Bayelsa United, Wiki Tourists. These might be the persons that will be going on relegation right now, because Remo Stars are currently leading in Benin. Eyimba are currently leading right there in Aba. Niger Tornadoes are currently leading right there in Mina. So it might be the likes of Kanu Pillars, El Kanemi Warriors, Bayelsa United, and Wiki Tourists who would go down. We are yet to get reports coming from Imo State, where we have Kun Khalifat, that's the Danayam Stadium, where we have Kun Khalifat up against Wiki Tourists. We are trying to establish connections to see. Okay, that game just kick-started. Right now, it just started. So Kun Khalifat, Wiki Tourists is up and running.
Yeah, well, I think it was a result of the downpour, heavy downpour.
Heavy downpour.
That was
all right.
The game was, yes.
Okay.
Has taken a lot of time to start.
Okay, so we go to the phone line right now, 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us. Hello, good evening to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live. Hello, can you hear us? Hello? Are you there? Okay, maybe that's a silent caller there. You can do well to call in and air your thoughts. 0810-951-0951. Yes, that's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. You can let us know who you think would go on relegation. As it stands right now, it looks like Kanu Pillars and El Kanemi Warriors would be on their way to the Nigerian National League. I want to look at the live table as it is right now to give you a clear view of how things stand right now in the Nigerian Premier Football League. For the relegation battle, yes, Warri Wolves are there. It's Warri Wolves, El Kanemi Warriors, Bayelsa United, and Wiki Tourists. So Kanu Pillars are not in that mix right now. So it's Warri Wolves, El Kanemi Warriors, Bayelsa United, and Wiki Tourists. For Eyimba, they are 11th. Remo Stars have moved to 12th. Kanu Pillars are 13th. Niger Tornadoes are 14th. Plateau United are 15th. 15th and Kun Khalifat are 16th. So if Kun Khalifat is able to take the lead over there, they will definitely be jumping all the way to the 11th position right there. So 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio to air your thoughts about all happening in the Nigerian Premier Football League. From the English Premier League, where we have games running simultaneously, Manchester United have are leading Brighton and Hove Albion at halftime at the Annex Stadium by 2-0. Goals courtesy of Patrick Dogu and Brian Mbeumo right there for
the record, as he now has 21.
Bruno has broken the record.
Yes,
so
he
he now has 21 assists.
Yes.
All right. Anybody who doesn't like it should go and nod their head on the wall at this point. So yeah, that's Bruno Fernandes, or call him Bruno Fernandes. He has broken the Premier League assist record for a season. He equaled it. That was last week, 20, and right now he has also offered an assist to make it 21. Can Manchester United do without, what can they do without Bruno Fernandes at this point? All right, 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. I said before now that Brighton and Hove Albion at the Annex Stadium are losing to Manchester United. Halftime it is by 2-0. And Burnley are also losing at home at the Turf Moor to Wolverhampton Wanderers. Armstrong with that goal right there. Crystal Palace are losing to Arsenal by 1-0 at the Selhurst Park. It's Fulham at the Craven Cottage leading Newcastle United by 1-0. Liverpool are playing goalless with Brentford, while Manchester United lead Aston Villa at the Etihad by 1-0. Nottingham Forest are leading AFC Bournemouth by 1-0. Sunderland leads Chelsea by 1-0. Tottenham Hotspur are leading Everton by 1-0. Halftime it is. West Ham United up against Leeds United is goalless. Halftime it is. All right, 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio to air your thoughts on all that we have been talking about right from the beginning of the show. It's all about the Nigerian Premier Football League at this point, and we are reporting to you as games are running simultaneously from 10 centers as we look at the last match day of the season, match day 38 in the Nigerian Premier Football League. The winner of the Nigerian Premier Football League will be crowned today. Those who would be representing the country in the continental competitions from the Confederation of African Football would also know their stance today. Those who would be going down to the Nigerian National League via relegation would also know their stance at the end of today. So that's what the last day, the last match day of the Nigerian Premier Football League has for us right here. So you can air your thoughts on that. Tell us who you think would win the MPFL for this season. Rangers International currently sits on top of the table, courtesy of a 1-0 victory at halftime over there at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena against the Ikorodu City. Rivers United are still chasing behind. They have a 1-goal lead over Castina United at the Adokia Messimaka Stadium right here in Port Harcourt. We also have Shooting Stars losing to or trading Niger Tornadoes and opening some space right there for the third sports battle. And we've got the relegation fight where we have the likes of El Kanemi Warriors, Wari Wolves, Bayelsa United and Wiki Tourists occupying the 4 relegation slots, or call that positions, going down to the Nigerian National League. You can also share your thoughts with us via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, as it is doubled at 0701-933-9962. Again, it is 0701-933-9962. We've got this one here that says, guys, happy Sunday. Please, what is the problem with Liverpool? Others have scored and they are yet to score. Please give me Liverpool's line. Okay, that's lineup. It is. All right. I thought you said line. I would have wondered if you're expecting me to have or hand over and a slot's phone number to you at this point. But for the lineup of Liverpool, yes, here it is, as Liverpool filed out in the 4-2-3-1 formation with Alison Becker in goal. You've got Curtis Jones, Ibrahima Konate, Vijay van Dijk, and Robertson as the four men in the defense line. Ryan Gravenberch and Alexis McAllister in the midfield. In front of them, you have Mohamed Salah, Dominic Szoboszlai, and Rio Ngomoha. And Cody Gakpo is the man leading the lines for Liverpool up against a Brentford who have Calhoun Kelleher in goal. We've got Lewis, we've got Collins, we've got the man Van der Beek, as well as Michael Kayode as the four men in the back line. There's Jordan Henderson and Vitaly Janelt as the two men in the midfield, the holding side of the midfield. There is Kevin Schad, there is Jensen, call him Matthias Jensen right there, and Dango Ouattara up front, and then Igor Thiago is the man leading the lines for Brentford right there. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio, as the phone line is currently open right now. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be switching our attentions away from the Nigerian Premier Football League. Obviously, we'll come back to report to you everything happening right at the various centers for the second half. But for now, let's move ahead and talk about Nigeria's national team. Yes, we have to show them what they've not seen before, and that is what Nigeria's under 17 side, female side, call them the Flamingos, did to the Guineans yesterday, as Nigeria's Flamingos on Saturday secured a dominant 5-0 victory against their Guinean counterparts in the first leg of their 2026 FIFA under 17 Women's World Cup qualifying match in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire. Captain Chidi Harmony opened the scoring floodgates with a hat-trick in the first 39 minutes, netting her first and second goals in the first and 12th minute. Kemi Adegbuyi and Mary Dunstan completed the route in the 37th and the 57th minute to have a solid standing ahead of the return leg at the Remo Stars Stadium in Ikenne, Ogun State on the 30th of May. The Guinean team played the match in Cote d'Ivoire because they could not provide a stadium in their country to host the tie. A victory for the Flamingos, coached by Akim Busari, over both legs would secure their qualification for the next round of the 2026 FIFA Under 17 Women's World Cup qualifiers. And let me come to the lady in the house. Blessed, is it done and dusted? Going away from home to beat your counterparts by 5-0. Is there any possibility that Guinea will come here and overturn the result?
Overturn it is
Overturn fire.
not possible. There is no way this is happening. I'm really proud of the girls as going there and getting a really dominant one. They showed them the stuff that we are made of right here, the stuff of champions, and it is a really great one for us. I mean, the fact that these girls are fighting for a spot in the World Cup that is coming up in Morocco, the Under-17 World Cup that is coming up in Morocco. And these girls went out there. They got a 5-goal lead against Guinea. And coming back to Nigeria, obviously there is definitely no way they would be able to overturn that result. It's just for the girls to seal it out, just get even if they can still get more goals, it's not bad. But I know that there is definitely no way that the Guinea counterparts are going to come over and turn the result. It's already done and dusted.
Call that cause an upset, because if they do that, that is a huge upset right there.
It's definitely not possible.
All right, definitely not possible. The lady in the house has stated that one there, saying it's not going to be possible for Guinea to come down here and cause an upset. Benjamin,
it might not still be possible for Rivers.
It's a good one, definitely.
World Cup. This is when we start grooming the Super Eagles. The next
over to the Adokia Messimaka Stadium, where Sonto is right there. Sonto, we hear that Rivers United have doubled their where Sonto is right there. Sonto, we hear that Rivers United have doubled their lead over Castina United.
Yes, it's
okay. The fact that we need to start preparing for the 2030 World Cup, because we look at the 30 World Cup, because we look at the stars we have now, the players we tend to realize we have now the players we tend to rely on in the Super Eagles.
With a lot effort above the goalkeeper. So it's 3-0 just now as well.
But Ikorodu City has to do the business.
3-0 in a Port Harcourt, but it's 2-1. So until the team known as Ikorodu make it 2-all in Lagos, there is a chance for Rivers United to finally win the trophy. But as it stands, there is no hope. I was telling you that there were celebrations in the stadium because it was 2-1 in Lagos. Before was taking a goal, I was describing the goal, and then it was a clearance from the Katsina United. Wisdom Samuel got the header back into the area. And
now in the Nigerian Premier Football League, blessing. It's this is what we want to see always in the Nigerian Premier Football League. Let us continue to feel the fever. Let us continue to feel the tension. Let us continue to feel everything that has to offer to us, even till the last minute at this point. But before you react to that, Somto returns back. Somto, welcome.
Yeah, so I was saying it's 3-0 now. Rivers United lead by 3-0. And while we were on the call, that was when came into the back of the net.
All right.
But then it's still 2-1 in Lagos, Osas. Right now, Rivers United are carrying on changes. I can see the man wearing the jersey number 9.
All right.
I'm talking about Handsome Surveyor. I can also see the man wearing the jersey number 31, Zachariah Timothy.
All right.
All getting set to be introduced into this one. We have a Katsina United player down, which has halted play for an injury scare. The stretcher came onto the pitch, but then the stretcher has effectively gone off the pitch. So
all right.
It's nothing serious. Hopefully, Rangers International gets something that is not a favorable result for us, but 3-0 in Port Harcourt, 2-1 in Lagos. The title race is still heating up.
The title race is still heating up, and definitely Somto will come back to you to get to the point where it gets to the highest of its degrees Celsius in this title race. Somto has given us an in-depth expose or report coming from the Adokia Messimaka Stadium. And blessing, over to you. This is what we want to see in the Nigerian Premier Football League, where we get to hold our horses, we get to hold our hearts until the final whistle.
Definitely, Osas, this is what we want to see. All the pressure, all the intense pressure, Osas. I mean, we can see how Somto said there was celebration in the stadium when
they got reports that Ikorodu City have pegged one back.
Exactly, there was celebration in the stadium, and this is definitely what we want to see. Other leagues in the world, the leagues are already done and dusted. They had already gotten champions before the league was already finalized. But here in the Nigerian Premier Football League, anything can happen. One slip and then you are off the grid. One slip and then you find yourself in the relegation spots. And now we are seeing the fight between Rivers United and Ikorodu City. And Rangers. Any slip now from each side, and then you get the trophy taken out of your hands. We see Rivers United fighting with everything they've got. Rangers are also fighting with everything they've got. Ikorodu City, they are also fighting, and then the relegation bound teams are also fighting. Maybe say they for River and then soup enter your eye.
Simple.
So last Osas, this is definitely what fans of the NPFL want to see: the intense pressure and different drama coming from the Nigerian Premier Football League.
Definitely, it holds the fact that next season in the Nigerian Premier Football League would have more national right there. Hello, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. Can you hear us? Hello. Oh, the network is really messy at this point. But go on. Let's see if we can establish communications with you properly.
It's presently 2-1 in favor of Rangers International. So the city has been able to go back after Rangers taking 2 up. Then you could see the expression of joy from the Mexico when they had made 2-0 up. But then still all to fight for it.
All right.
For Rangers, they just have to take their nerves calm.
All right. But how do you see the switch of gameplay? Is it Ikorodu City on the ascendancy, hoping to get an equalizer, or do you think Rangers can still hurt Ikorodu City even more if they get to open up?
It's poised for both sides.
Right.
First off, Rangers second okay through a counter, and then they and try to use counter attack. Why for they have nothing to do at this point because they are trained. So they are the ones coming out most to see how they can get another chance for them this time. But then a good clearance from Rangers defense.
All right.
Everyone is having their nerves high up here.
All right.
Lagos, that is center team because it's end to end. Everything to fight for. But then Rangers feel like the trophy is just close to them. They just have to hold on and improve the city. The one goal they scored has given them the momentum.
All right.
Move further to see how they can get an equalizer and hopefully win the game.
All right. Zini, before I let you go, looking at how things are panning out right there at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena, in fair, do you think that with what you are seeing that is going on the pitch of play?
Based on experience, I think Rangers can hold on to the lead.
All right.
We've seen them do that, winning the league last 2 seasons ago, and then having to fight for it. They've come to Lagos, they've been able to get points, and I think coach Ikenichukwu understands the league and he knows how to push his players to their limit. It's the way to see what will happen at the end of 90 minutes.
All right, finally, Zini, before you go, has there been any case of officiating errors? Has there been any case of...
There's nothing like officiating bias end to end.
All right.
The referee has been spot on and mistake. Nothing like home support, also for the way support.
All right.
Everyone has to fight for their position.
All right. Thank you so much, Azini. I will see if we could connect with you one more time before the end of the game.
That would be possible because I had to struggle to answer you.
Okay. But thank you so much. You've been of real immense help coming from the Mobolaji Johnson Arena with your reports.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, guys, you've heard all from the Mobolaji Johnson Arena. Nothing like an officiating bias. It's been straightforward. It's been everybody fight for what you can get. If you can beat me, you beat me. That's exactly what the referee has said right there in that game between Ikorodu City and Rangers International. Rangers still sits on top of the table, but it's pretty slim at this point. 2-1. Rangers leads, and for Ezine, she says they could hold on to this lead till the end of the season. But from where you're seated, Victor, pressure is mounting, definitely.
On Rivers United.
Where's the pressure? On Rivers United or on Rangers International?
I feel the pressure is on Rivers United at this point because.
But they are 3 goals up against Katsina United.
They are 3. The thing is, when you feel the pressure most is when you are relying on other people's results to go in favor of you. And I think Rivers United already lost the title when those games, the outstanding games, were not being used very well. So I feel for today, Rangers just knows that what they need to do is try to hold on. Just as Ezine said, if they can try to hold on, they just don't need to concede a goal anymore. If they just try to hold on, then the trophy is theirs. And how long do they have? Maybe 20 minutes or thereabouts. If they can just try to maybe lock up shop, and they'll be the title winners for this season. Then for Rivers United, even if they get to put 10 goals past Katsina United. When I watch the way the fans, the way everything, the fans, the players, the management, you could just see that joy. You could just see that this team is well drilled. So to go to Ikorodu City, to go to Lagos and get 2 goals, believe me, they know that the job is just make sure you don't concede another goal. If you must concede another goal, then get the 3rd goal first. So for Rivers United, I want to wait till the final whistle, but I still want to point out the truth. And the truth there and the reality is that I think this is done.
All right. The truth, reality is they are still playing. It's not done and dusted. That's the truth and the reality. They are still playing right there. But you could also infer on what the result could be at the end of the day. Rivers United lead Katsina United by 3-0, but they need Rangers International to drop points far away there in Lagos at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena as they lead. That's talking about Rangers now. They lead Ikorodu City by 2-1 away from home. So it's a battle down to the end. 77 minutes of play right there at the Samson Siasia Stadium, and Bayelsa United are leading Kwara United with 3 goals. 3-0. 3 goals that they would take to the Nigerian National League to start to see front from next season. Yes, and Bendel Insurance are losing at home to Remo Stars by 1-0. 77 minutes of play from that center. It's also Eyimba who leads Stadium 3-0. It is Stadium 3-0. It is 77 minutes of play from that center. Warri Wolves have taken the lead over Abia Warriors. 72 minutes of play. 2-1. It is coming from that minutes of play. 2-1. It is coming from that particular center for the game. Between Barao FC and Nasarawa United. We'll get to report the result at the end of that game. But from the live table, Enugu Rangers are on top with 68 points. Rivers United in second with 67 points. Shooting Stars are third with 60 points. And Ikorodu City are fourth with 58 points. It's going to be a huge heartbreak with 58 points. It's going to be a huge heartbreak for Ikorodu City. Last season,
Ikorodu City will qualify for the continent. This game is not done and dusted. See, the truth is expected.
See, for them to qualify for the continent, they have to beat Enugu Rangers.
No,
they have to beat
Shooting
Enugu
Stars are losing.
Shooting Stars are losing, and they are on 60 points. Yes, they are losing, and they are on 60 points in 3rd place. So Ikorodu City has to beat. They have to beat Enugu Rangers to equate that 60 points, because currently Ikorodu City are 4th with 58 points. Now, if you take away the draw, it's 57. If they beat Enugu Rangers, they go to 60. Then we start looking at the goal difference, which Shooting Stars has a +1 and Ikorodu City has a +4. So if they get to beat Enugu Rangers right now, thank God for everybody in Rivers State, and also thank God for Ikorodu City.
But I think Ikorodu City wouldn't lose that game because, see, I'm very confident the way they play.
Are you speaking from a Rivers United perspective?
No, I'm not. See, I'm not speaking from any Rivers United whatever. See, Rivers United shot themselves on the foot when you cannot win 5 outstanding games. You cannot. No. I'm not. See, the truth is, I've seen Ikorodu City play football.
All right.
I've seen them play beautiful football. They carve out chances, and they've scored one. If they can get one before the 80 minutes mark, then they could be pushing out. But I don't see them losing the game. This game is either they get a draw or they actually, I don't want to say they win, but I think they'll get a draw in that game.
All right.
That is what I think that they would actually do.
All right.
But for the continent, it's going to be a difficult one qualifying for the continent. You know what? But for Shooting Stars, Ikorodu City, they will not sack their manager. It's a work in progress.
All right.
He took that He took that team, I think, last season or 2 seasons ago. Last season, I think.
Last season?
Yeah, middle of last season. So I feel that it's a work in progress. You
All
don't
right.
sack managers like this that are doing something nice and excellent.
All right.
What you need to do is continuity. You encourage him, get fresher legs. And because chunk of the players have gone to Europe. They've sent most of the players to Europe.
And most of them are even with the Super Eagles
Super
squad
Eagles.
right
So
now.
I feel that they'll get something out of that game and they'll not be sacking their coach.
All right, I think there is no other person that will want to thank God right now that the Unity Cup came in this period, or the camp opened in this period, than people like Rangers International, because as a result of
take it to the bank. So if he has said that Ikorodu City can get something from this game, then I want to also
incline.
Yes,
you want to tilt towards that.
Yeah, that I feel from what he said,
it will shock
this
you
is not,
that
this
this
is not
a positive result, or a result for Ikorodu City would see Rivers United lift. Ikorodu City would see Rivers United lift the 2025-2026 Nigerian Premier Football, the 2025-2026 Nigerian Premier Football League at the end of 90 minutes right there from the various centers that we've got right now. You can let us know also how you see this game tilted. The guys in the studio, for example, Benjamin says that Ikorodu City would equalize before the end of the game. Do you think that is right? If not, let us also know your thoughts on this particular one. 0810-951-0951. Yes, 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. Do remember that you can also make use of the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, which is doubled at 0701 933 9962. We've got results from the English Premier League as well as the top 5 leagues right there in Europe. Brighton and Hove Albion 80th minute are trading Manchester United by 3-0, while West Ham United have taken the lead over Leeds United. In the La Liga by 8 p.m. it's going to be Villarreal up against Atletico Madrid, and in the Italian Serie A, Parma defeated Sassuolo by 1-0. Napoli have taken the lead over Udinese by 1-0. And later on by 7:45 would have AC Milan up against Cagliari. Cremonese will take on Como 1907. Hellas Verona will be up against AS Roma. Lecce will take on Genoa. And Torino would trade tackles with Juventus. And it's going to be in Portugal. We have Sporting CP up against Torrens, and they are trailing by 1-0 in the Portugal Cup, the final of it right there. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. It's currently open for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. You can make use of the numbers 0701-933-9962 to reach out to us right here in the studio. Do also remember that you can also drop in some messages going to the SMS portal, as we would also be taking that as we go on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me bring to you some of the good news coming from players of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. As yesterday, Super Eagles, or would that be yesterday or today? Super Eagles striker, that was yesterday, Kelechi Iheanacho. Yes, he came off the bench to score a brilliant goal as Celtic defeated Dunfermline 3-1 in the Scottish Cup final. Yes, that was on Saturday, helping the Scottish Giants complete what we call a domestic double. And he has resounded his name again clearly this time, and he's saying, Eric Chell, I need my slot back into the Super Eagles of Nigeria. But guys, let me start with you, Blessing, on this one. Kelechi Iheanacho, has he done enough to give a shout or to get a shout from the Super Eagles?
Benjamin is saying something here, and I agree with Benjamin. I think that Kelechi has done enough for the Super Eagles. Yes, he is doing well in the league, but if you look at it, he has been coming off the bench most of the times. He has been like a super sub. And right now in the Super Eagles, I feel like we do not need super subs right now. We are trying to build a new crop of Super Eagles players that will take us far, and hopefully, new competitions to the AFCON, glory in the AFCON, and then maybe possibly taking us to the World Cup. We are trying to get a new crop of Super Eagles players. Kelechi Iheanacho no offense, and I'm not looking down on what he has done for the Super Eagles, but I feel like he has paid his own dues, and he should just rest and yes, he should just be a legend and let this new crop of Super Eagles player. Asian is still loud.
All right,
he does not have anything to offer against the Super Eagles.
All right, so do you think that Kelechi Iheanacho doesn't have anything to offer to the Super Eagles of Nigeria again? We are seeing brilliant performances coming from him right there at the Scottish Premiership, and he has helped Celtic win a domestic double after defeating Dunfermline 3-1. He scored in that particular encounter in the Scottish Cup final that was yesterday, and it's looking like the shout is now much for Kelechi Iheanacho to return back to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. But we have the phone line buzzing right now, and we go there to talk to the callers right there. Hello, good evening to you. Welcome to the show. Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear Williams calling from Football Community.
All right, Williams, welcome to the show. Go on with your thoughts.
Yeah, did I hear you say Eric Shaw is trying to build a new Super Eagles?
Obviously, he's trying to build a new Super Eagles.
Beautiful. See, if you don't take that man off that team.
You mean Eric Shaw?
Bring Guardiola, bring Osimhen,
all right.
Everybody until you take that man off the football cycle. You know him.
Oh.
The technical director.
Okay, you're talking about Augustine Guavoin. Okay.
Please take him off. For 3 times that he's been involved, he's not been qualifying for World Cup. You remember Christian Chuk's time? When he was drafted to Ghana as Christian Chuk, he didn't qualify. It was Angola that went. Then this time back to back, he's present. When General Ferrara was there, we do qualify with some matches left. Remember?
Yeah,
the
very
moment
true.
it was brought in 2020, please, back in the days, USA 94, our match against Argentina, it was only said that Ross tackled somebody, but why was he giving red card if nothing is following him? He took us to Mikel Garcia, under 17. We were booted out first, just the prelim there. Fact that the plus coin against we and Argentina, we were booted out of that competition.
All right.
Our match against Italy, USA 94, what happened? He brought somebody down, turned out to be one up.
Okay.
He went in Enyimba. They came down from Cup Champions League. Sharks took him, bottom table. I cried out, and they took him off. He went to either Niger or Mighty Jets. Took them to relegation.
All right.
If you don't take this man out of that place, or tell him to go and make peace with God, it won't go anywhere. You can imagine Osimhen.
Okay.
Osimhen, young boy, couldn't go to World Cup 2 times, and you're still keeping that man there.
All right.
I'm worried. I started shouting 2003, 2003.
Okay.
When I was
all
in
right.
Lagos, I came on I think Beat FM, even Abuja. Please
All
tell
right.
this man to go away.
Okay.
Or go and make peace so that we won't be having this problem.
Okay. All right.
I'm worried.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your candid thoughts there. But these days, we always look at it that football is won on the pitch of play. Most of the myths and superstitions, we leave it away from what we do right here. But good enough, you've recorded your own take on that particular one and your own... how would I put it at this point? Anyway, let's let that one slide. But guys, yeah, we are looking at Nigerian players who have pretty done well for themselves this season. We also have Frank Onyeka. He has won back-to-back Belgian Pro League titles with Club Brugge at this point, and an integral member of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. What would all of this be doing for the man Bruno, called that Frank Onyeka, for the Super Eagles of Nigeria? Do you think it's high time this man becomes a mainstay in that team? Let me come with, to you, Victor, on this one. Is it time he becomes a mainstay? Wilfred Ndidi should be looked away due to most likely age and maybe Frank is even having a better performance than he is. Wilfred Ndidi, somewhere in Besiktas in the Turkish Super League, not really winning anything. And we have a Frank called that Rafa Onyedika right there in Club Brugge, and he is winning back-to-back titles. Do you think it's high time we have Onyedika come into the Super Eagles team as a mainstay midfielder?
I've always been a fan of Rafa Onyedika right from when Wilfred Ndidi was playing there in the championship for Leicester City. I've always seen what the man has been doing there in Belgium, and most times I watch his games there in the Champions League, and I look at an all-round midfielder, a midfielder that can control games in Champions League games, not just in their league games. And I look at what Wilfred Ndidi does for Leicester City, and I just feel maybe one of them is starting games for the Super Eagles due to what he did before. So I'm a strong supporter of form and not in local palace where we say I get them before. So I feel people evolve. I feel most times when the football leaves you, we just need to get past you. We acknowledge what you did when you were in your prime, when you were in form, but we just need to get past you. Just as Blessing said that Kelechi Iheanacho should just be a legend and rest. I think we need to get to the stage where we start giving Rafa Onyedika the chance and let his predecessor, Wilfred Ndidi, just maybe become the next Ahmed Musa, be a moral supporter, because I think Wilfred Ndidi can still give us something. Take nothing from the man. He can still hold the midfield firm on his day. But I think in the long run, what we need currently is Rafa Onyedika. You see, he's not just there in terms of stopping counter-attacks, but the fact that he controls the tempo of the midfield, how the game is being played passes through him. And I think we've seen big teams in current football, European football, that we've seen PSG. I think the heartbeat of that team is Vitinha. When the man is out of the game, then Eric Chell is building a new Super Eagles team. What's a man to build the team around when it comes to the midfield? He can make us remember the likes of John Obi Mikel and the other midfield generals we've had in the Super Eagles. So I feel this team needs to be a young generation that will be blowing away teams in the qualifiers and not struggling to be creating calculators, making all of us mathematicians trying to calculate if this happens and if this happens. So let's just build the team around Rafa Onyedika and see where this team gets us.
All right, building the team around Raf Onyedika. Congratulations to him already. He has won the Belgian Pro League for a second time with Club Brugge right there. And this goes a long way to state that the man needs to start owning a very, very conspicuous sport in the midfield for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. But back to the Nigerian Premier Football League, the game between the Rivers United side and Katsina United have come to an end. 3-0. It ended from that particular center. But we still have Ikorodu City up against Enugu Rangers. 7 minutes of added time from that center. So if it ends the way it is, as Rangers continues to lead Ikorodu City by 2-1, then it is Rangers International winning the league. And we cross over to the Adokia Mesimaka Stadium, where we have Somto Isaac. Somto, we hear that the game between Rivers United and Katsina United is done and dusted.
Yeah, it's full time here, Osas.
All right.
I don't know if you said the fact that maybe Rangers that game was pegged. Some United fans were celebrating in the stadium. Right? There was just loud voices in the stadium. But I don't know if there was a massive information that Rangers had equalized against Rangers. But it's still to actually see that it's 2-1. But it's still 2-1 in Lagos. But we are very surprised. Full time, a double, a brace from Chijoke Kwama, and also a goal from the man known as Aneke Meokon. That was not game. But United is 3-0 victory. 4 changes were made later on in the game. I'm talking about for Rivers United. The likes of Handsome Surveyor came in for Chijoke Kwama. Oluwati David came in for Sauti Botani. Zachariah Emmanuel also came in Zakaria Timothy, I beg your pardon, also came into play for an phone. And the final change was Wasiu Falolu left the pitch for the man known as Iona Douglas. So those are the 4 changes made by Philippe. Professional performance. Rivers United 3, Katsina United 0. I don't know if anyone, officials in the stadium, can clearly see that Ikorodu City are still losing to Rangers International. But there's a celebration on the pitch. There's a celebration, and we're even seeing a stage, a podium being brought out to the pitch. I don't know why people started celebrating. But the podium was brought out, celebrations, fans getting onto the pitch. In fact, the stadium DJ even played the champion song.
The champion song.
For Rivers United.
Maybe they are celebrating in faith.
But then, Ikorodu City are still losing to Rangers International. And from what I hear in Lagos, and I think your reporter on the field, our reporter on the field talking about 88, would also say that Rangers International are doing a very, very professional performance of holding out their win against Ikorodu City.
Yes, she did say that.
This is the situation of things. Fans are celebrating us. It is even okay. I would even show you some live picture. But now, security have gotten onto the pitch and have been able to restore order from the pitch encroachment.
All right.
But it's known that it's still 2-1 in favor of Rangers International. Rivers United are not champions.
It's actually 10 minutes. It's actually from what we are looking on.
I was even scared. I thought maybe my internet connection was a bit lagging, but it's gone. It's gone. I think at this rate, Rangers International will be champions. Rivers United just so narrowly could not get the job done.
All right, that's for you, Somto. But we are currently seeing 10 minutes of added time right there at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena. Things haven't changed. We'll try to establish communications with people over there to find out if it's actually 2-1 in favor of Enugu Rangers, or maybe Ikorodu City have equalized, prompting that celebration.
It's 2-1. In fact, in some of the groups that I can see, a lot of people are laughing at Rivers United because they don't know why Rivers United were celebrating. Everybody was just celebrating, and everybody was celebrating in the stadium, but security has been able to restore order back in this one.
All right. Thank you so much, Somto. You've done an absolutely amazing job right there from the Adokia Simaka Stadium, as it's done and dusted for Rivers United. 3-0. They have defeated Castina United, but maybe missing out on the MPFL title for this season.
All right, cheers, Osas. It's always a pleasure. And that brings a wrap to this season. Rangers International champions, probably. We're waiting for the full-time whistle, but it's done. 3-0. Rivers United have won. They finished second. And Shooting Stars in third because of that result that they're also getting in their own center. Because Enugu Rangers are yet to even, or Ikorodu City are yet to get a draw against Rangers International. So cheers. Regular activities continues from next season.
Definitely. Hope to see you back safe, man.
Yeah, thank you so much, Osas. Cheers to everyone listening.
Okay. All right, that's the final report coming in from the Adokia Mesimaka Stadium. 3-0. It ended in favor of Castina United. Guys, are you smiling? Rangers have you just confirmed that Rangers have it's ended. Rangers have actually defeated Ikorodu City by 2-1, and that means Rangers International are the champions of the Nigerian Premier Football League for the 2025-2026 season. And I would have decided to play the standoff for the champion, but these days in the Nigerian Premier Football League, you can see 2-1. And it will change to 2-2 even after final whistle. But let me hold my peace and allow proceedings to go through for us to properly and fully confirm that Enugu Rangers are the champions of the Nigerian Premier Football League before we get to celebrate them fully on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for us to call it a wrap on the show. It's been fun and amazing doing this with you. Thank you so much. It has been an amazing 38 match days in the Nigerian Premier Football League, and it has come to an end. And at this point, yes, Today's Sports Live, the Sunday's edition of the show, the marathon edition of the show, has also come to an end. Thank you to the guys who did this with me, Victor Israel, Benjamin Mina, and Blessing Thompson. Thank you also to the guys out there who did report in everything happening, the likes of Somto Isaac, Ezinne Oti, and we also had Chinatu John all the way from Abia State. We will be back here tomorrow, 6:30 a.m. for Sports Attack and 3 to 4 p.m. for today's Sports Live. And until then, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm saying stay lifted and stay blessed. Don't touch it. Leave it on Today 95.1 FM or Sassy Hewin. Say so.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, all you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM? Such a unique style.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time.